Thank you very much. Let's see, who we got here? This is Cliff Jackson on the piano from the Cafe Society downtown. Maxie Tominski, recently from the Navy. If you recall, the last time Maxie played here, he was doing business with a different tailor. We have that fellow there with the glasses, Miff Mole, who runs the band down at Nick's. Another fellow with glasses, Pop Foster. That other fellow who should have glasses, Pee Wee Russell. I guess that's enough of the glasses, although I think George has a pair in his pocket. George on the drums, George Wetling. We're going to play Dear Old Southland, and Miff is going to kind of take over on this thing. Miff, how about 4 bars on the piano, nice and slow, Cliff? Right. This next go-around is going to be Giada with a fellow named Hackett. Going to kind of take over on this. And Bobby, you handy? We'll play an ensemble. Here's what we'll do. We'll play an ensemble and a piano chorus. Bobby comes on, right? gentlemen, I'm very grateful about the applause, but you know about the clock, and this is a 30-minute thing, and we have 15,000 people appearing here, apparently. Cliff Jackson and Candace are going to take over now. Cliff's first number is going to be the St. Louis Blues, and the second one's going to be Honeysuckle Rose. A couple of new hits. Cliff, has Candace got there yet? You're on, Cliff. Take it. Now we have Joe Bushkin on the piano. Bob Casey on the bassy and George Wetling on the drums. Wetling, you handy? And Billy Butterfield is going to play She's Funny That Way. You want to take 4 on that slow, Joe? How do you do? Now we're having Edmund Hall at Town Hall. They're not related. He's going to play a song called It's Been So Long. You want to take it, Joe? Bobby Hackett is going to play a song here. By the way, Edmund Hall works at the Uptown Cafe Society. If you want to hear more of that, he's there all night long. Hackett's going to do a song that some fellow named Berlin wrote in 1919. Peace song, I guess. Called Nobody Knows and Nobody Seems to Care. You ready? Take it.
jam session. I mean one of those unrehearsed, unrestrained, unrepressed, ad-lib, stomp-down jazz concerts where musical genius runs rampant and everybody knows what time it is. Well, you're at one now. Yes, you're at Eddie Condon's jazz concert. 1,600 of us are here at Town Hall in New York City, all straining at the leash, waiting for the jazz virtuoso to break loose. It's all going to take place under the deft direction of Mr. Condon himself, the boy with a fabulous ear, the infallible guitar, and the incorruptible conviction that there are only two kinds of music, bad and good. Well, here goes to some of the good kind. Ready, Eddie? Okay, contact. Ladies and gentlemen, Eddie Condon.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Fred Robin. That little thing we just played was Georgia Brown, and the victims, the participants, Gene Schrader on the piano, Bob Casey on the bassy, Pee Wee Russell on the clarionet, Joe Grasso on the drums, Maxie Kaminsky on the cornet, and Miss Mole on the trombone. Speaking of Miss Mole, by the way, did we introduce everybody there? I guess so. We're going to do a thing here called Take of My Heart. This song's so old we can't find out who wrote it. You want to take it, Gene, 4 bars? Perfect.
La 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 What do you say?
Thank you, Eddie.
That's okay, John.
Now, look at here, John. Well, shake. I am shaking.
I have been.
I'm not nervous.
Well,
frankly,
you're
I
not
am.
nervous, John?
Frankly, I am. You see, Eddie, this is only the third time I've been on the radio.
Oh, have you been on before?
Incredible, isn't it? See, I'm a very awkward guy. I don't know what to do with my hands. So when I went on Bing Crosby's show, Bing let me play the mandolin.
Mandolin? Well, you won't find one of those things around here.
Spoken like a guitar player. Anyway, the second time I went on the radio...
Second time? After playing the mandolin, they allowed you on again?
I'll ignore that.
I don't blame you.
As I say, the second time I went on the air, I was a guest on Information, Please.
Information, please? What would you do with your hands on information, please?
Oscar Levant's throat.
Oh, yes. Well, we had no Levant around here, but we also had no mandolins.
Just occurred to me, that sounds like a plug for a tune of Oscar's. Lady, play your mandolin. But it isn't.
Okay, John. Now hold on to your script with both hands, and we'll take care of that unfinished business. You see, John, the boys and I thought it'd be nice if you just drop around here and say a few words of what you actually think about this music.
Well, I don't think it's particularly nice of me, although I could be at beautiful Belmont or the ball game.
But you get up too late for that sort of stuff. Now look at here, John. Suppose you just tell us really now, on the square, what do you think of it?
Well, Eddie, I'm not a very eloquent guy either, and this music is something I'd like to be eloquent about.
Eloquent, for instance?
Well, I spent a great deal of time and quite a little money listening to it.
What about that money? How much time did you spend, John?
That's hard to say, but when I started listening to jazz, Frankie was just a kid.
Frankie? What's he do? Frankie Sinatra, you mean?
Gosh, no, Frankie Trumbauer.
Well, that wasn't exactly yesterday. Tell us some more, John. Really on the square. Now, this time for sure, why do you like this music?
That's where I need to be eloquent. Why do I like it? Well, it's us, Eddie. It's you and me and the cop outside who probably doesn't understand why all these people came to town hall this afternoon. There are a lot of pretty good guys all over the world listening into this swell music. If you ask them why they like it, they'd probably hesitate before they could give you an answer. And in a curious way, I think the answer they'd eventually give just about covers it, for us as well as for them. I think the answer they'd give is that it reminds them of home.
Well, John, I'm inclined to believe you're on the square about that.
So we like it, they like it, so let's hear it.
Well, let's do something about this now. Thank you very much, John O'Hara. Well, having read the first script in my life, we're going to turn on Jimmy James P. Johnson. Hold it, Jimmy. Jimmy's the boy that plays the piano and the right way. Played it all his life that way. And here we go. He's going to play the Carolina Shout. Go ahead, James. Johnson, I thank you. Thank you also, ladies and gentlemen. I About Jimmy, you know, anytime you want to hear Jimmy, when the sun's already set, or sat, you can come to the Pied Pipers down Barrow Street in the village, and you won't have any trouble down there. Max has got a little band. Jimmy Johnson plays the piano. What more do you want? The whiskey you'll have to bring yourself. Now look at here. Billy Butterfield's here, and he's got his cornet. He's going to play a song written by a boy in the Army. He's out in Omaha, Nebraska, in the basement of some hotel out there. His name is John DeVries, and the name of his song is Wherever There's Love, There's You and I. Billy, are you ready? Program, one way or another, pro or con. You can address all that stuff, comments and complaints, to Eddie Condon, care of the Blue Network, someplace called Radio City. It's in New York here. I've heard of it. Now, Lips Page is here, and he's got a little song that he wrote himself, and he's going to sing it himself, and he's going to play it himself. Lips, I want you to do that special hit of yours. What's the name of that song, Lips?
Uncle Sam Blues.
What's the name of it?
Uncle Sam Blues.
Take it, Lips.
Oh. Ain't no woman, but he sure can take your man. Uncle Sam ain't no woman, but he sure can take your man. Women wringing their hands and a crying all over the land. Yes, I know you pray for me, baby. Pray for me every night. Yes, I know you pray for me, baby. Pray for me every night. With you in my corner, Lord knows everything's all right. Well, Fritz and Tojo sure got themselves in a jam. Fritz and Tojo sure got themselves in a jam. They gotta go now, crossing up my Uncle Sam. By the way, thank you. That thing, by the way, was recorded by Lips and a few of the boys here for Z-Disc, and it's being heard right this minute in the South Pacific, North Pacific, Deep Atlantic, and a few other places. So hooray for Lips and that one. Liza, I see you're close by. You want to sing a song for us, aren't you?
I am.
Well, who wrote this song? What's the name of it?
This is Someone to Watch Over Me by George Gershwin.
I thought it was George. Got a fella, I understand. Well, you about ready to go?
Just about.
Take it.
There's a somebody I'm longing to see. I hope that he turns out to be someone who watch over me. I'm a little lamb who's lost in the wood. I know I could always be good to one who watch over me. Although he may not be the man some girls think of as handsome, to my heart he carries the key. Won't you tell him please to put on some speed? Follow my lead, oh, how I need someone to watch over me. to my heart he carries the key. Won't you tell him please to put on some speed, follow my lead, someone to watch over me.
Thank you, Liza. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Liza Morrow. And that background was written by a fellow named Bobby Hackett. Thanks to Bobby. He doesn't come from Mexico City, I'm sure. You want to start this thing off? Boom, boom. Gene Schrader's got it now on the other piano. Jimmy Johnson takes one now. Again. Gene Schrader's going to take it again on the piano. Billy Butterfield now. Play that cornet for us. Go ahead, Billy. Stevie Russell gets it on the clarinet. Smith Moore got it on the trombone. Yeah, Bob. Joe Blanco's got it on the drums. Yeah, Joe. Next to Misty. Yeah, Mark. Bob Casey goes on the bass. Jimmy, you just play that piano while I tell these people something I have in my mind. It concerns next week's show. This goes on for 13 in a row. With the Fleet. We're going to have Rex Stewart here from Duke Ellington's band, Sonny Greer from Duke Ellington's band, John Kirby from John Kirby's band, and a gang of other guys, many of the fellows you've heard today. If you find it dull, write in. If you find it otherwise, write in also. Twice on the ladder. Now look at here. Do you want to take it lips? You got it lips? Boom. There goes Old Miss. Yes, it is.
Join us again next week at the same time for another blast of fresh air time. We'll have more top-layer hot artists. Our guest commentator will be George Frazier. Eddie Condon's Jazz Concert is produced by Ernest Anderson. Your announcer is Fred Robbins. This is the Blue Network.
Universe for one swell time. Yeah, and for one swell tune. A tune, by the way, that's hitting 4 or 5 continents right now on USA War Department V-discs with the same group, same band, same Pee Wee Russell, perennial Sashway champion. Never fought and never defeated. The name of that tune is Ballin' the Jack. Ready, Eddie Condon? Okay, so are we. Ladies and gentlemen, Eddie Condon. Edward?
Well, here I am stuck again. That was a band from Nick's, almost, with the exception of a couple of guys. Speaking of Nick, I've been playing up to him. I think we're going to have him come in here and croon one of these shows. Let's see. This has something to do with a couple of guys in uniform. One fellow's name is John DeVries. He's got the gripes, and Sergeant Joe Bushin's got the stripes. Now, this is a song that they've written, and our good old standard boy is here, a fellow named Lips Page. Lips, come over here a second.
All right, it is.
What's the name of this song, Lips?
Well, what you doing
I
after
hope
the
you
war?
know it.
That's right. What
You
you
know it,
doing
Lips?
after the war?
You know how you're going to do right now, don't you? You're going to go over and play that cornet, that other microphone.
That sound
Is
mighty
that right?
good. Tell 'em
How do we start this, Lips? So the guys take a couple of bars, right?
chicks, you're groovy, some kicks like a movie. Tell me, baby, what you doing after the war? Some smile, you're dimply, some style, simply. Tell me, baby, what you doing after the war? I hope that you around, 'cause when the time is right, I'm coming back to you on the eve of fever type. Some dish you're cooking, some fish I'm hooking. Tell me, baby, what you doing after the war?
Thank you. Norman Brokenwire. That was that song that those two guys in the Army wrote. They'll probably get a medical discharge now.
I have the wrong sheet in front of me, ladies and gentlemen, but just a moment. What is this next number, Mr. Anderson? Oh, yes, Benny Morton. Benny, come over here a second. Benny's from, thank you. Benny's from Teddy Wilson's band, and you know about Teddy Wilson's band. He wouldn't get caught with any bad music. Benny's going to play a song, and the name of that song, I think I'll have Benny tell you about that. Benny, come in here a second. What's the name of that?
It's quite an old one, Eddie. It's, I'm Coming, Virginia.
Well, first time I heard that song, At the Waters, made a record of it, and it didn't bother me an ounce.
Well, I hope I can do justice to that number.
You're giving away some weight there, Benny. I'll tell you that.
After the Waters, that's a lot, you know.
Oh, that's what we'll do, Ben. He's going to come in single-handed on this thing and play the verse all by himself, and he's going to come out punching and winners. Benny, you ready to take it? Go ahead, Benny.
bad, Benny, not bad. Thank you, Benny. Okay. Speaking of Teddy Wilson's band, we're certainly plagiarizing here. We got Edmund Hall. He's from Teddy Wilson's band.
Hey, Ed, what are you going to play?
It's been so long.
What's that again?
It's been so long.
Well, it's been so long since I've heard you play, it looks like we ought to go right now. This thing was originally played at Town Hall. Not originally, but originally played by Ed Hall at Town Hall. Oh, too many halls in there. Delete, Washington Calling, with Joe Bushkin and Cozy Cole. Cozy, of course, is that fellow in Carmen Jones. We've been calling him Carmen for years before the show ever opened. Now, behind Ed Hall, you're going to hear Gene Schrader on the piano, Joe Grosso on the drums, and a fellow named Casey on the bass. Ed, do you want to take that away? Thank you. Now, here we go on, I want to tell you something about that mail. We received a good deal of mail in from enthusiastic listeners, and it's in the works. It's going to be answered. You see, it takes a little time to work that all out. Lord knows I can't do it. So, if you just be patient, everyone is going to be individually written to. Now, about these forthcoming concerts. Anyone that wants to write in. By the way, it says on top of this, take your time, so that's what I'm doing. I still think I have the wrong sheet here. That's the way I like it. What are we going to do now, Ernie? Oh, yes. Oh, I got it now. Billy Butterfield. Billy, are you in the block somewhere? Here he is. Billy, come over. Billy's going to play a song he recorded with Bob Crosby, written by the bass player in Crosby's band, a fellow named Bobby Haggart. Don't confuse him with Bobby Hackett. However, they both are equally as clever. Incidentally, about Hackett, he has scored a little background here for Billy, and the name of this song is, come on in here, Billy, tell us about it.
It's What's New.
Don't talk to the floor, Billy. Talk to the mic. Come on, what's the name of that song?
What's New? Question mark.
What's new? Question
That's what
mark.
Bobby's got on a part back there.
I'll take the question mark. You play what's new. Are we ready? Start this off some way.
Butterfield, 8. Hope O'Hare's listening. That wasn't too bad, was it, Billy? Billy said, yes, it was too bad. I disagree with him. So how's this thing start? Like this? Bobby's got it again.
The one I love belongs to somebody else. He means his tender songs for somebody else. And even when I have my arms around him, I know his thoughts are all for somebody else. The hands I hold belong to somebody else. I bet they're not so cold for somebody else. It's tough to be alone on the shelf. It's worse to be in love by yourself. The one I love belongs to somebody else.
Well, we're crowded for time again. This gets so good, we pay no attention to that clock. That was Liza Mile, and you heard her, and I did too, and hope you're not at all any underpleased in myself at the moment. Liza, thank you. Pandy's listening. If he's not listening, he'll get the royalties anyhow. If I have to bring him up in person. Well, look, we're going to start this thing out with you, Gene Schrader. You want to take it? Here you go. Boom, boom. The way next week. Next week we have another one of these swindles going. We're going to have fellas like, we're going to turn Hackett loose on a solo of some kind. We'll decide that at 3:30 next week. And Bobby Haggert's going to be here, the bass player formerly from Bob Crosby's band. He's sort of retired now, but wait till you hear him play the bass. Ernie Caceres will be here. He'll play a baritone solo. We're going to have a brand new trombone player, a guy named Will Harris, who just came in from California. He's Cafe Society right at the moment. Uptown. Max Kaminsky, Joe Marstella, Joe Grasso will be here again. Liza will be here. Liza Mile. Lips Page is going to sing another new war song. If you don't quit singing those war songs, they're going to put him in uniform. Well, Clyde Hart will be by. And Pee-wee, there's Pee-wee. That's Pee-wee Russell. Pee-wee's going to be here. And whoever else wants to drop by is certainly welcome, especially if they can do something. Once again, I'll thank you very much.
Friends, for another blast of fresh air time, tune in next Saturday at the same time. As Eddie told you, you'll hear more top-layer hot artists. drop Eddie Condon a line. Tell him whom you'd like to hear and what you want them to play. The address is Eddie Condon, the Blue Network, Radio City, New York, 20, New York. We've got a picture of Eddie for you. Just write in and ask for it. This entire program has been recorded by the Office of the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs for rebroadcast throughout Latin America as an example of our native music created on the spot. Eddie Condon's jazz concert is produced by Ernest Anderson and announced by Fred Robbins. This is the Blue Network.
Take it, Lips. Stevie Russell again, the thin man. Here's Rex Stewart. That was Rex Stewart. Here goes Miff Moe. Yeah, we got Cisco Sonny. We got Sonny Greer coming up here in the drums in a minute. Here goes Sonny Greer. Hope the Dukes listen to this.
Now the hoorays are starting, and the whole crowd is rising to its feet in tribute to this inspired performance by Eddie Condon and his group of jazz geniuses. I don't see a single soul trucking down the aisles out there, but I do see plenty of happy, smiling faces. Faces of people like you and me, who've truly enjoyed hearing this half hour of spontaneous American music created on the spot. Keep sending in your requests, your suggestions, your comments, yes, even your complaints. Eddie Condon's Jazz Concert is produced by Ernest Anderson. Your announcer, Fred Robbins. This is the Blue Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, kids and everybody, you're attending Eddie Condon's 5th Town Hall Jazz Concert. This is a special occasion. Only 6 months ago, the world was shocked by the sudden death of one of the finest creators of American music, a great genius, beloved not only by America, but by all the world. Thomas Fats Waller, the gifted Negro pianist, in December 1943, played his last note and stopped to rest forever in the midst of a troubled, warring world. Back in the days of peace, this inspired maker of melodies and creator of jazz had traveled all around the globe, carrying the new free spirit of American jazz along with him. To all the world, he brought the simple, beautifully rousing drive of our own native jazz. To Frenchmen, Russians, Britons, to all nationalities, colors, and creeds. It was all one big world to Fats Waller, a world as united, happy, and harmonious as the keyboard of his Steinway concert grand. Of course, Mr. Hitler didn't like Fats Waller. He forbids the people of the nations he conquered to listen to Fats' music. That music is too typical of the USA for Hitler. Great music grew in Tom Waller simply and naturally. Once, when a serious young lady asked Fats to define swing, he gave this classically simple answer. Lady, if you got to ask, you ain't got it. Yes, Fats and his music were perhaps as great a pair of ambassadors of global goodwill as this world will ever see. It is to this unforgettable spirit that we dedicate Eddie Condon's 5th Town Hall Jazz Concert. With us today is James P. Johnson, or Jimmy Boy, as his great friend Fats would have called him. Jimmy, of Blue Note record fame, is coming on stage now, getting ready to play some of the famous Waller tunes. The boys in the band are warming up. But now, let's travel backwards for half an hour or so. Let's imagine that we're gathered around a piano in a Harlem basement back in the early Waller days, say 1925. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning. The dawn's just growing pink over Lenox Avenue. And there at the piano sits a young musician, a colored boy who's just composed a tune he sort of likes himself. There's a fellow with some drums over in the corner. There's a horn or two, and a bass, and a guitar. And there's Aaron Hot Lips Page. You ready, Eddie Condon? Okay, let's go.
The joint is jumping, it's really jumping. Come in, cats, shake your hats. Mean this joint is jumping. Piano thumping, dancers bumping. This here spot is more than hot. In fact, the joint is jumping. Check your weapons at the door. Be sure to pay your quarter. Burn the leather on the floor. Grab anybody's daughter. The roof is rocking. The neighbors knocking. Wheel all bums when the wagon comes. I mean, joint is jumping.
Ladies and gentlemen, Eddie Condon.
How do you do, how do you do? That was a joint is jumping. It looks like it's going to keep that way, that stride right from now on. That was Lips Page doing that vocal. Jimmy Johnson playing the piano. We had Pee Wee Russell on the clarinet. Bill Harris the trombone, Ernie Caceres the baritone. We have Gene Schrader, and of course he plays the piano, and Joe Gross on the drums. I don't think I've missed anyone. Most of these guys you can find out at Nixon nightly, sometimes in the morning. This next number is going to be called Squeeze Me. It was the first published number that Fats ever wrote, so I've been instructed to say. It was written in 1919, and this thing features a fellow named Pee Wee Russell, a strong man of swing. And I think we ought to start this out. Now, Bobby, do you want to start it, please? That little chromatic thing there? Thank you, Peavy, and the rest of those fellows over there. That's one of my favorites of Fats's. You should hear some of the lyrics of that sometime. Say, there's a telegram here from a fellow that I think most people that are listening or here in person will know about, have read. Fred, you want to tell them about that telegram?
Yeah, Eddie. It's addressed to Eddie Condon at Town Hall. Eddie, you are doing a great thing putting on a session in memorial of Fats Waller. Fats was a great musician and one of the real figures in homegrown American music. And it's signed, John Dos Passos.
What are you doing over there, Jim? You about ready to do something here?
Yes, I'm
See, now we got Jimmy Johnson here. Say, Jim, you know about that song you were telling me about? What was the name of that thing?
That was Willow Tree, Eddie.
When was that written, Jim?
In 1928, Fats and I had a group up to the Lafayette Theater.
I remember that.
And we had an orchestra that contained some of the finest musicians in the country.
If you and Fats were there, that's enough for me.
All
We'll have to go any further.
Yes.
This is the Willow Tree?
Yes.
You want to give it a little try there?
Yes.
Hypo it. James, that's a good opening shot there. You got some other stuff in mind that you're going to play, haven't you, Jim?
Yes, in 1929, once again we were together. See, we had a show called Keep Shuffling, and Fats had a little tune in there. That was a soft shoe number in the show. It was very pretty. We had a 2-piano arrangement on it.
I know that. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, it's called Candied Sweets.
Ooh. Well, you want to give that a little twist?
Oh, yeah.
All right, Jim, give it a try. Yes, Jimmy, that's very, very good. Now look at Jim, and everyone listening and watching. The Victor Record Company decided to compile an album of Fats' various records made for Victor, and it's been released today, and Victor have decided that the most appropriate person to receive the first copy of this album is James Johnson. James, I'm giving you this album presented to you through me by Victor Records.
Well, Eddie, I really accept it because I think it's a great honor. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Jim, you got to fly into some stuff now. You got to give me some of those jumps. Well, what are you going to do? What is that there, Jim?
Well, I'm going to play a little tune now that Fats dedicated to his love life, understand?
Oh.
That was the first one. He wrote several. And this is called I'm Crazy About My Baby, which he wrote for Anita,
Well,
his wife.
His wife? Well, I know Anita's listening. His wife. Well, I'm glad you put that in. Now, look at here. I'm crazy about my baby. I'd love to hear you play that on the piano, Jim.
Right on.
Take it away.
Thanks very much, James. Say, James, what's that James P mean? What's that P mean in there?
The P?
Yeah.
Well, I thought you knew, Eddie.
What's
That's
that?
Price. Price.
Price?
Yeah, the man my father used to work for.
Oh, pardon me. Thought you were a bird. Now, look at here, Jim. Thanks a lot. We're going to go into Ain't Misbehaving. I want to give you 2 beats on this, fellas. Are you ready? You got it over there, Gene? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. We got one going here called Honeysuckle Rose. That's no strange number to anyone. That was written in 1932. I heard it before then, however. We might turn Bill Harris loose on the chorus of this thing. But the Honeysuckle Rose, how about you taking 4 bars on the drums over there, Mr. Grasso? You ready? Take it.
the way, we squeezed Lipton on that cornet that time, on that honeysuckle. This next number, Bobby Hagg's going to play, If It Ain't Love. That was written in 1932. By the way, speaking of Bobby, on that war bond rally I mentioned in Providence last week, I had a little mistake there. The governor happens to be Governor McGrath of Rhode Island, not Governor Vanderbilt. Maybe next time you'll do better. Now look at Bobby. Do you want to take 4 bars on the piano? Take it, Gene. Thanks very much, Bob. Well, here's where we take our shoes off. We're going to go into this finale here. By the way, there's a little incidental vocal here. It's not too incidental. Lips is going to sing a couple of choruses written by that same guy, John DeVries, still in that hotel in Omaha in uniform with his wrap leggings. He has 10 texts a thing today. Jimmy, do you want to take this away? Just take a chorus.
Now listen in next Saturday if you want another treat. Now listen in next Saturday if you want another treat. 'Cause it's gonna be a scorcher when the blue turns on the heat. Got to help those soldiers fighting across the pond. Gotta help those soldiers fighting across the pond. Take your piggyback and bust it and buy another bond. I'm calling Mr. Hitler to notify his next kin. I'm calling Mr. Hitler to notify his next kin. It's only 80 miles to Paris and 5 to Berlin.
Drag your left. There goes. Tramboon. Here's that commando again.
reliable old Miff.
So farewell, Weather Harlem, to Jimmy, Eddie, Lips, Bobby, Man, Mountain, Russell, and all the boys. But only for a week. Next Saturday at the same time, Eddie Condon will be back with his banjo on his knee, guitar, for another great jazz concert, paced and played the way you like it. You see, we know you like it because Eddie Condon has a funny habit of reading his mail. And folks, we're absolutely not allergic to anything, headaches or hurrahs, requests or rebuffs. And those pictures of Eddie Condon are going out to you just as fast as we can mail them. If you haven't got yours, just drop a line to Eddie Condon, the Blue Network, Radio City, New York, 20, New York. And now, so long, USA, and all the boys who may be catching us overseas. This is Eddie Condon's Jazz Concert signing off. Good luck. See you next Saturday. Eddie Condon's Jazz Concert is produced by Ernest Anderson and announced by Fred Robbins. This is the Blue Network.
Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's Jazz Concert. Ladies and gentlemen, the one man in the world who knows what's going to happen here today at Town Hall in New York, the conductor of the only completely spontaneous music on the air, Eddie Condon.
Thank you. That number, of course, was A Lady in Love. Pretty violent love, I might say. This band is intact from Nick's down at the village. We have Gene Schrader on the piano. We have a bass player that doesn't work at Nick's. Well, he may someday. It's Sid Weiss. Benny Morton, he works at the Cafe Society downtown with Ed Hall. We have Ernie Caceres on the baritone, Pee Wee Russell on the clarinet, and Bobby Hackett on the cornet. Let's see, there's some other guy missing here. Oh, yes, the drummer. Hey, Cooper, step in here. What are you doing here besides playing drums, Gene?
Well, getting a lot of laughs, Eddie. Listen to you talk, old boy.
Well, you're easily amused, I must say that.
I think not.
Now, let me see here, Gene. We're going to do a number. We're going to turn you loose on it.
All right.
And that number is going to be one of those things we first recorded. First time I ever saw a microphone. I more or less regret that in certain respects. We made two sides for OK. One was fast and one was slow. Now, that fast one, I know you remember that one, don't you, Gene?
Yeah, I think it was entitled China Boy, Eddie.
China Boy, right. Now, everyone adjust their chow mein, and we're going to turn Gene loose on this China Boy. By the way, Gene.
Yeah.
I see here on this paper that you're going to go to the RKO Theater in Boston July 6th, and you come back to New York to the Capitol Theater on July 20th. I just had a phone call from the management of the Capitol Theater. They're seriously considering canceling the picture and just turning Gene loose all by himself, which I don't think is a bad idea. What do you think out there?
Thank you very much.
You can't always hear Gene. Now, Gene, I've canceled your vocal on this. You won't have to sing this.
All right.
Now, do you want to go back to those drums, and I'll tell these people more about what this is going on.
Okay.
You go back to the drums and take 4 bars, will you, Gene? Yeah. Don't play it too fast now, Gene, because Pee Wee's not quite awake yet. Anytime you're ready.
go into a little feature we have here. A guy named Jonah Jones of Cab Calloway's band, formerly with Stuff Smith and so on. He's going to do a song. What's the name of that song, Jonah?
Baby, won't you please come home?
You sound pretty sad. Looks like you're in trouble. All right, now how are we going to start this? We're going to take 2 bars on the piano, Gene, right?
Won't you please come home? You know your little daddy's all alone. Now I have tried in vain, never no more to call your name, ooh, baby. Since you left, you broke your daddy's heart. Now that will never make us part. Every hour in the day, you can hear your daddy say, baby, won't you please come home? I need some loving. Oh, Baba, please come home.
Jonah, you didn't bother anybody that time. I want you to come up here and say thank you, Jonah.
Solid, man. Thank everybody very much.
Thank you, Jonah. That fella, Fred Robbins showed me a letter that he received from some guys down at Walter Reed Hospital in Washington, D.C., and too good a shape they're not in. There's 6,000 guys down there trying to get well. I'm sure they are. And they're all listening into this program today. I'd like you people out here to just give them a big hand. That'll act exactly like some sort of sulfur or penicillin. Give them a hand, eh? fellas down, you can send your doctors home now, because we got some other stuff coming up. We're going to do a little novelty thing, and I say novelty, I mean it in the true sense of the word. These are not a dime a bunch. We got 3 clarinets here. Ernie Caceres wrote out a little background here for 2 clarinets, and 1 in front, and 1 in back, and 1 in the middle, and so on. Now, I don't know exactly what they're going to do, but we're going to try it. Does Gene take the first part of this, Ernie? Gene, take it. That's Ernie Caceres on the clarinet now. Here's P.B. Russell on the clarinet. Here comes Joe Marcello. That's Caceres. And Peavy. You got the right rotation. Here's Marcello. Caceres again. Peavy. Here goes Joe Marcello. Gene Schrader on the piano. These clarinet players are starting to talk to each other now. Looks like they know each other. Now we have a fellow named Norman McLeod, who's certainly not here. He's 3,000 miles away. He directed a picture I was very fond of called Pennies from Heaven. I have a fellow named Bobby Hackett, who's going to play this Pennies from Heaven. And I'm not too certain that you'll dislike it. Bobby, how do you start this thing?
4 bars piano will do it.
4 bars piano? Easiest way out. Take it, Bob. Doctor.
haven't got much time left. We're going to run into this thing. The police here. Yes, the police are here. Well, here we go again now. Gene, this is an arrangement by Jack Russell, by the way. Very well-known arranger. D arranger. Gene, do you want to take this right away? You want to take it? Got it. Caceres. Joe Marcello from the Hickory House. The music's good and so are the steaks. Downtown Cafe Society. He works with a guy named Ed Hall, who we'll have here next week. He plays the clarinet very good. Piper place down in the village, right close to Nixon. There's Charlie Ellsworth Russell. Bobby Haggard. He's down at Nick's, also. Go ahead, Bobby. Next week. There's that guy again, Gene Cooper. Go ahead, Gene.
to ignore.
So farewell to Old Town Hall, to Eddie, Gene Krupa, Jonah Jones, Joe Marsala, Benny Morton, Sid Weiss in his bass, Ernie Caceres, Bobby Hackett, Pee Wee Russell, Maxie Kaminsky, and Gene Schrader, but only for a week. So plan to stand by next week at the same time for some more of the same. And by the way, we're getting ready a big batch of special new pictures of your favorite pinup boy, and mine too, Charles Ellsworth Pee Wee Russell, the Nijinsky of the clarinet, the extremely thin man of swing. So if you want a picture of Pee Wee to paste in your helmet or to tack up over your chiffonier, and no home is really complete without one, just drop a line to Eddie Condon, the Blue Network, Radio City, New York 20. The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's Jazz Concert. Ladies and gentlemen, we wish we could tell you exactly what's going to happen at this town hall recital in New York City this afternoon, but the fact is nobody knows, especially the conductor of the only unrehearsed, freewheeling, completely barefoot music on the air, Eddie Condon.
Thank you, Fred Robbins. Well, it looks like we're going to do a little ding-dong in here. By the way, that last number, I want to tell you who was in this fracas. There's Gene Schrader on the piano from down at Nick's, and there's Bob Haggart on the bass. He's sort of a freelance, still a country gentleman. Connecticut farmer. Thank you, Bob. Ernie Caceres on the baritone, and it was Maxie Kaminsky, on the cornet. He's from down at the Pied Piper. Then we have Benny Morton on the trombone from the Downtown Cafe Society. And we have George Wetling back there on the drums. He works with some fellow named Paul Whiten. We just sneaked him away from that fill call rehearsal. I hope they're doing as well as we are. At least I'm under that impression. Have I covered everybody? Jonah, come over here a second. What's that now? What's that song now, Jonah?
Ding Dong Daddy from Dumas.
From where?
From Dumas.
Are you ready to do it? We're going to take
Solid.
2 beats on this, Jonah. Ready? 1, 2, 2.
I'm a Ding Dong Daddy from Dumas. Ought to see me do my stuff, babes. Ding Dong Daddy from Dumas. Ought to see me strut. Baby, baby, here I am. Make them cats stop digging your gams. Ding Dong Daddy from Dumas. Ought to see me do my stuff. Ding Dong Daddy from Dumas, Doom. Ought to see me do my stuff, babes. Ding Dong Daddy from Dumas. Ought to see me strut. My chick ain't tall, my chick ain't lean. Talking about a beauty, you should see my queen. Ding Dong Daddy from Dumas. Ought to see me do my stuff, babe. Ding Dong Daddy from Dumas, Doom. Ought to see me do my stuff, babe. Ding Dong Daddy from Dumas. Ought to see me strut. Eddie and the cats are here today, swinging and jabbing your blues away. Ding Dong Daddy from Dumas. Ought to see me do my stuff. I'm a Ding Dong Daddy from Dumas. Ought to see me do my stuff, babes. Ding Dong Daddy from Dumas. Ought to see me strut. These cats are swinging and they won't stop. Give me a chorus or I'll blow my top. Ding Dong Daddy.
Thank you, thank you. Well, we got Bill the Lion, Willie Smith here. Bill, how about that Echoes of Spring? You want to give that a little try?
Pretty, Eddie.
Take it. thank you, thank you. Bill, I might tell those who are listening to this that Bill Smith wrote this thing. Probably took him all of 5 minutes to write it, 3 to play it. Bill, don't look at this now. What do you got in mind there for this second number? What have you got in mind, Bill?
I want to play the Polonaise by Moskowski, Ed.
Say, that sounds like it came from out of town.
He is a weird man. I'm going to give him a little left hand.
All right, throw that right one in there, too.
Oui.
Take it away, Bill. Thank you, Bill. That was Willie the Lion. Very good, Bill. Now we get Ed Hall here. He's got the band down at the Cafe Society downtown. Ed Hall is going to play Caravan. Ed, do you want to step over here for a second? Ed, now I'm going to ask you one thing. And I know you haven't got the answer. How are you going to play this thing? We don't know yet, do we?
Well, we're going to play 2 choruses here.
2 choruses?
2 choruses this year.
Well, let's fly into that thing. How are we going to start it, Ed?
George got 4 on there.
George Welling?
Count.
Well, that's that Whiteman fellow. All right, George, take 4. Well, we're in Egypt now.
Well. Thank you, Ed Hall. That Haggard guy was playing at bass down there with Ed and the boys, George and Gene Schrader on the piano. See, next week, we're going to have that boy back here, Gene Krupa. He opens the Capitol Thursday. Probably have a 9 o'clock show Thursday morning. I'll make one later, I'm sure. So, we may as well get into this next number now. Ernie Caceres, you step in here for a second, Ernie? Come on now, Ernie. Fess up and tell us what you're going to play.
It's an old number, New Orleans. I don't know who wrote it.
Well, his name's down here, Mr. Hoagie Carmichael. We're going to play this New Orleans. We're going to take it nice and slow. I'm going to give you 2 beats on this, fellas. Are you ready? Ready? Boom. Boom. Thank you. We're going to play this Wolverine Blues. Who wrote that, I forgot to find out. However... Jelly Roll Morton? Did he write that? Well, if he didn't, we'll make believe he did anyhow. We're going to take this now. I want to give you 2 beats on it. Are you ready? 1, 2... Fred Robbins. Give me a
Okay,
breather
Eddie.
here, will you, Fred?
Sure will. We have an ambitious project for next week's program, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to try to give you an all-Bix Beiderbecke show. We're going to try to tell you the story of this American musical genius, about the bands he played in and the songs he played. Bix isn't around anymore, so you won't hear Bix. But you will hear from the musicians who knew him best and appreciated him most. Max Kavinsky and Bobby Hackett will play songs like Oh Katerina and Big Boy, songs that Bix used to play after hours when he worked for Gene Goldkett, songs that Bix used to play with the Wolverines. Pee-wee will recall those songs a little five-piece relief band used to play at the Arcadia Ballroom out in St. Louis, a little band that included Bix and Pee-wee, Peck Kelly, and a new fellow named Frank Trumbauer. Gene Krupa will be here, too, and Gene will be thinking of when he played with Bix in the basement of the Three Deuces on North State Street out in Chicago. That was when Bix was in Paul Whiteman's great orchestra at the Chicago Theater. You'll hear some of those piano solos Bix used to write. They'll be played by Harry Gibson of the Juilliard Academy. And if it isn't too early in the day, you can't tell, Eddie might tell you about the music that used to happen in the Rendezvous back in Chicago, late in the lean hours when the big band packed up the arrangements and they turned Bix loose. How about that, Ed?
Well, things were pretty loose in those hours. They had a big band, and actually they were playing dictatorial music. But on that late shift, it was dictatorial, but there was a different guy dictating. Now we're going to get into this wind-up here. About that Beiderbecke thing, I hope we can do a sincere, conscientious job on that, because everybody here that's here now and will be here all have a full hand of aces for Beiderbecke. What we're going to do now is start this final ham section. Gene Schrader, are you ready? Take it away, Gene. Pick it up, will you, Bob? Yeah, Bob. You know, it's your Bobby down at Nick's. Pee-wee Russell. Go ahead, Pee-wee. Jonah Jones again. He's that Cab Calloway fella. That's that hall following Pee-wee.
We're happy to report that Pee-wee's picture is brightening up homes from coast to coast. If you want one, just drop a line to Eddie, care of the Blue Network, New York City. Eddie Condon's Jazz Concert is produced by Ernest Anderson and announced by Fred Robbins. The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 11th Jazz Concert. Ladies and gentlemen, that sound you just heard was a packed house here in Town Hall in New York City. And those cheers were for the only impromptu music on the air. Who knows what's going to happen next? Only Mr. Eddie Condon.
Thank you, Fred Robbins. Likewise, ladies and gentlemen. This next number is a little out of the ordinary routine. We have this thing sketched out. And I see that Avalon is second. By the way, that first number was written by Louis Armstrong, a thing called Swing That Music. And we certainly tried our best, and there's a fellow right next to me that had a good deal to do with that. Gene Cooper. Step in and say a word.
How do you do, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen? Hiya, Slick. What do you say?
Why, okay, Gene. Ringing and twisting?
Yes.
Now, look, on this Avalon, I want you to explain to the listeners why you're doing this thing.
Well,
instead of the one you were supposed to do.
Uh-huh. Well, at rehearsal here, Ed Hall played this Avalon thing, and I have yet to have the pleasure to play with Mr. Hall. So I asked Eddie to move the tune up second in the program so as I could...
Well, that's where it is right now, Gene. Is Ed Hall here? Hello, Ed. Well, look at Gene Schrader. Do you want to take 4 bars on this? While Gene goes back to those drums?
I got a tough man to follow here.
Well, Gene Cooper just dashed out to the Capitol Theater. Hope there's room for him to get in over there. They've got a new policy now. Turning guys like Gene Cooper loose, they're certainly not going to hurt their box office. Now, look at here, Bill. I know you got a tough man to follow, you just said. We got Willie Smith here. Willie's a lion. He's working down at the Pied Piper downtown. And he's got a couple of songs here. One is called Between the Devil and the Deep Blue Sea. Bill, you ready to fly into that?
Ready as a wave.
Take it. Thank you, Bill.
Pretty, I thank you, ladies. Thank you. Give it to me. I love it. That's it.
All right, Willie. Now, what do we got here? Say, this is a thing called the Speak Away. Is that it?
Sneak away, Eddie.
Sneak Away. And who wrote this, Bill? I know who wrote that. You did.
The Lion.
The Lion? Well, look it now. Do you want to sneak into that Sneak Away?
I'm coming on.
Do it now.
Here we go.
Take it away. Thank you, Willie the Lion Smith. You can catch him down the Piper. There's some other fellows here from the village. This next number, will feature a few of them. This is called Big Boy, one of Bix Beiderbecke's favorites. In fact, it's one of the few piano things he ever recorded. As a cornet player on this band recording, he played one course on the piano. That we won't have today, but we'll do the best we can. We got some fellas here. Of course, Pee-wee's right here next to me on the clarinet. He works down at Nick's. Indefinite run. We have Benny Morton here on the trombone. He is down at Cafe Society with Ed Hall's band. Next to him is Maxie Kaminsky, also from the Pied Piper. Got his band down there. Ernie Caceres is at Nick's, next to Maxie. We have Bob Haggart, still growing at Favorite Tobacco up in Connecticut. We have Gene Schrader over on the piano there, also at Nick's. Joe Grosso is taking the drums over here. The Cooper just ran back to that same Capitol. Quit laughing, Joe. Now, about that Big Boy, we'll take 2 beats on it, okay? Ready? 1, 2. Thank you, thank you. That was Big Boy. Now we're going into a jelly roll. I ain't going to give nobody none of my jelly roll. we abbreviated that because we're pressed for time. Now we're going to start this with a couple of, we're going to do it in fours, Joe. You know what I mean? Are you ready, Joe Grasso? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you. We're now getting to that I'm Coming Virginia, which is a favorite of a girl we're going to have here next week on this Lee Wiley show. A fellow named Gershwin wrote the music. This is a thing we wanted to play last week on the big show, and for various reasons we just couldn't get the song in. However, it's in this Saturday, and it's called I'm Coming Virginia, and it features Bobby Hackett. Bobby, take it. Well, we finally got that one out of Bobby Hackett. It took a few weeks, but there it is, and I'm not at all displeased. I'm sure Bobby isn't. Fred Robbins, you got something to sell?
Oh, I have. Well, while you're rounding up the Barefoot Gang, and Pee-wee's in the tea room next door getting his palm read, here's the news from all over. Jonah Jones is up in Nova Scotia now with Cab Calloway. As soon as he gets back, he'll be by to sing a song for you. And Woody Herman and Dave Tuff will be in town soon, and you can depend on our inviting them to sit in, too. And don't be too surprised if Cootie Williams drops in one day soon. And say, we think next week's show is really something special. It's our George Gershwin program, and the special feature will be songs by the girl who Gershwin thought sang his songs better than anybody else. We mean Lee Wiley. Jess Stacy will be here, too. So you'll be hearing some of that piano playing that makes Horace Heights Orchestra sound pretty special these days. And George Gershwin's favorite drummer will be around. George insisted that this fellow be in the pit to sparkle his shows. I'm talking about Gene Krupa. Well, Gene will take time out from his record-breaking run at the Capitol Theater to show what Mr. Gershwin liked. And about that photo of Pee-wee, that beautiful hunk of clarinet, today's your last chance to get one, so drop a line to Eddie Condon, care of the Blue Network, New York 20, New York. Edwards, the Barefoot Gang ready?
Okay, Fred Robbins, thank you. Gene's favorite, we're going to take this thing up pretty bright. Are you ready, Gene? Are you ready? Boom, boom. Ernie DeSantis, who just finished. This is Max Kaminsky now, just starting. Here goes Ed Hall. Cafe Society downtown. This is Bobby Hackett. Eddie Condon's Jazz Concert is produced by Ernest Anderson and announced by Fred Robbins.
The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 13th Jazz Concert. When you hear music like that, spontaneous and unrestrained, music made by the greatest creative musicians of our time, well, then you know you're tuned to the Eddie Condon Jazz Concert here at Town Hall in New York City. And it's just the beginning of the program, but it's the end of the script, because here comes conductor Eddie Condon.
Thank you, everybody. That was Everybody Loves My Baby, written by Jack Palmer. Jack has written a lot of baby songs, including I Found a New Baby. Had personnel on this last song, first and last. There's Gene Schrader from Nix on the piano, Bob Haggart from Paul Whiteman's Duck Farm on the bass. We have Ernie Caceres over here with the Bailey program and various other air shots on the fire plug. We have Benny Morton on the trombone from Ed Hall's band at the Cafe Society. We have Bobby Hackett here, who was one of our staff men. He wasn't in that first number, but he's going to be in this next. Muggsy Spaniel played the cornet, just in from Chicago. He's also at Nix. Now, this next number is going to be a song called You're Lucky to Me, and it's going to be sung by Lee Wiley. Will you take those 4 bars, Bobby? 1, 2.
Whenever you're near, all my fears disappear, dear. As plain as can be, you're lucky to me. My only luck charm are your 2 loving arms, dear. Anybody can see you're lucky to me. Nothing can happen to me anymore. I'm writing 13 all over my door. My mother and dad thought that my luck was bad. Anybody can see you're lucky to me. Nothing can happen to me anymore. I'm writing 13 all over my door. My mother and dad thought my luck was bad. Anybody can see you're lucky to me.
Thank you, Lee Wiley. We're going to hear more of Lee soon. There's a fellow named Krupa. Let's see. Gene, here you are.
Hi, Eddie.
Gene, I understand that they're still paying their light bills down at the Capitol Theater since you've been there.
Business is pretty good, Eddie.
Well, I think Edison is sure of it. How about this next number, Gene? What do you think we ought to do with this?
I think we ought to have a little trio on Limehouse Blues this week, Eddie.
We're going to throw Haggard in there. That'll be 4.
Make it a quartet, all right.
All right.
Sorry, Bobby.
And Caceres is going to play the clarinet this time, right?
Right.
Ernie Caceres, I hope you're in the building. Gene, go over and take those 4 bars, will you? Gene has got to hurry back to the Capitol. They just can't get along without him. That picture kind of bogs down once in a while when 5,000 people get there. Take it, Gene. Well, there was a little quartet number. Cooper's probably at the Capitol right this minute. This next number is going to be James P. Johnson playing two originals by James P. Johnson. Just Before Daybreak is the first one. Do you want to take it, Jim? Thank you very much, James. James is going to go into Caprice Rag. Are you ready, Jimmy?
was James P. Johnson playing two compositions of his own. James was down already with Max Kaminsky's band at the Pied Piper down in the village. This next number is going to feature the new importation from Chicago, Muggsy Spanier, who's down at Nick's, also in the village, and he's going to play Black and Blue. And I think we're going to take two beats on this, Muggs. You ready? 1, 2. There was Muggsy Spanier on Black and Blue. I bet these wires are black and blue. Lee, you want to
What?
explain something about this song?
Well, I think it's a wonderful song.
Well, I hope so. Could you tell him about the title and so forth, Lee?
Well, it's written by a friend of mine, Johnny DeVries. Well, what about you, Eddie? You wrote the music.
Well, he's in the Army.
Well,
This is called Forever There's Love. And we're going to hope for the best on this. It should be very delightful. Now, on this start, we take two beats. So we're going to take it slow now. Ready? 1, 2.
oh, listen, my darling, and you shall hear some pearls of wisdom in your ear. Words that are a rarity, but meant in all sincerity. For your approval, I submit the following to it. Wherever there's smoke, there's fire. Wherever there's hymn, there's a choir.
'cause baby, there's one lullaby. Wherever there's love, there's you and I. Wherever there's stars, there's a gleam. Wherever there's night, there's a dream. Wherever there's heaven, there's angels close by. Wherever there's love, there's you and I. Wherever there's ships on the sea, there's treasure, there's a home. Wherever the rainbow ends, there's gold, or so I'm told. Wherever there's surf, there's a tide. Wherever there's June, there's a bride. Wherever there's hello, there's always goodbye. Wherever there's love, there's you and I. Wherever there's ships on the sea, there's treasure in the home. Wherever the rainbow ends, there's gold, or so I'm told. Wherever there's surf, there's a tide. Wherever there's June, there's a bride. Wherever there's hello, there's always goodbye. Wherever there's love, there's you and I.
That arrangement, by the way, the background was a combination of Pete Pesky from the Waverly Inn down on Julia Street, and Bobby Hackett and Choo Choo from Nick's had something to do with that. It was combined efforts. I thought it was pretty good. You like it? Fine, thank you. This is Fred Robbins.
Okay, Eddie. Well, while Pee Wee gets his reed half sold for the impromptu ensemble, here's our quarterly report. This program is our 13th program and the end of our first series of broadcasts. We've really enjoyed these concerts. Your mail tells us you enjoyed them. And the Blue Network must like them because they've asked us to continue them. So we'll be back next week at the same time over these same stations. If that condition appeals to you, why don't you drop a line to the Blue and say thanks? Remember, it took plenty of courage and foresight to put this new kind of program on the air. So send that billet doux to the Blue and tell them how much you like them. Well, next week, Gene Krupa will take time out again from his all-time, all-records-breaking engagement at the Capitol Theater on Broadway to sit in with us here at Town Hall. Lee Wiley will plane in from Washington to sing a song or two for you. Billy Butterfield's going to drop in and play for you. So is Bob Casey and Edmund Hall and Bobby Hackett and Ernie Caceres and Gene Schrader and Joe Grasso and Willie the Lion Smith and some other talented people. In fact, Eddie says he's going to try to come over himself. Well, Eddie, how about turning that barefoot gang loose now?
We're about ready. I want to thank everybody here, one and all, and those who are listening. Gene Schrader, do you want to take this police number we feature at the end here? Bobby Hackett. Following Ernie Caceres on the baritone. Bobby's still going. Benny Morton, here's Pee Wee Russell.
Condon's Jazz Concert is produced by Ernest Anderson, directed by Jack Bland, and announced by Fred Robbins.
The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 15th Jazz Concert. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen all over America. Especially good afternoon to those pilots in the ready room of a Texas air base who wrote, "Keep on playing that hottest music. It helps us keep on flying these hottest fighting planes." And good afternoon to that shoeshine parlor on Sprague Street out in Spokane, Washington. We mean the one that puts a sign in the window about this time every Saturday reading, "Sorry, no shines while Eddie Condon is on the air." Good afternoon to those civic-minded high school hot fans out Missouri way who want to run Pee Wee for president this year. And good afternoon to 6,000 heroes, patients of the Walter Reed Hospital in Washington, D.C., who've got their headsets tuned into this program. This is Eddie Condon's concert of unrehearsed, uninhibited music. Music that's indelibly stamped, made in the USA. Today, Eddie is conducting an all-request program for you. We've shaken down your mail, and the selections you'll hear today seem to be the ones you want most. But here's a fellow who can tell you all about that. His name, Eddie Condon.
Thank you, Fred Robbins. I must give you that personnel with Gene Schrader on the piano. He's at Nick's still. Bobby Hackett on the bass. Still growing chickens out in Connecticut. We have Gene Krupp, of course, on the drums. We're going to hear from him in a minute. We had Pee Wee Russell on the clarinet from Nick's. Ernie Caceres on the fire plug, that baritone saxophone. Will Harris on the trombone. He works with Woody Herman. I think it was about all, with the exception of Maxie Kaminsky from the Pied Piper. Now, we have a boy here. I want you to say something, Gene Krupp. Come over here.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls?
Gene, we're going to play You Know That I Know, written by Vincent Youmans. And the reason we're going to play this is we got a guy here who comes pretty close to sounding like Jimmy Noon. Would you tell these ladies and gentlemen who that fellow is?
Well, I think, ladies and gentlemen, that he means Joe Marcella. And, Eddie, I don't know of anyone that... I was going to say that I don't know of anyone that sounds more genuinely like Jimmy Noon than Joe Marcella.
Well, if you're not sure after this program, Gene, why don't you go to the Hickory House tonight and he'll play this 8 hours for you, consecutively.
Solid.
Okay?
All right.
All right, Gene, get back to the drums and I'll see what I can cook up here. Gene Schrader, how about 2 beats on this thing? Are you ready now? Boom, boom, boom. I might say at this time, this is an all-request program. Various letters come in, phone calls, several threats. We're going to have Art Hodes play the Beale Street Blues. He's at Jimmy Ryan's. Art's at Jimmy Ryan's with a trio on 52nd Street. He's also editor of the Jazz Record magazine. Art, do you want to take it?
Thank you. Thank you, Art Hodes. We'll be over to Ryan's to catch you one of these nights. Tell Jimmy to be there. This next number is Muggsy Spanier doing Dinah with a few other guys. You'll probably identify them as they play. How about 2 beats on this, Muggsy? Are you ready? 1, 2. Thank you, Muggsy, and ladies and gentlemen. We're still on this all-request thing, meaning this 3-clarinet sensation here that we're going to do was done several weeks ago, and looks like it's ready to go again, and there's been a number of requests come in for it. We're going to start this with 2 beats. Is that right? Gene, you take 4 bars. Are we ready? 1, 2, boom. Tony Caceres here. That's Joe Marcello there. Stevie Russell here. Do the same thing again. Here's Caceres.
Marcella going now. Going again. This is Pee Wee Russell. That was just Tony Caceres. There's Pee Wee. Here's Joe Marcello. Again, I thank you. This number being played next is a special request for a group of people here from Toledo, Ohio. They're with the Owens, Illinois, and they're in the glass business, I guess. Just what stage of that business, I don't know. The name of this song is Soon. It's written by George Gershwin. This is a thing we're repeating from several weeks ago. We've had several letters rather, and mails. We're all mail on the stand. Today, we thought Lee Wiley would come in, but I guess he's not going to be here. Soon is going to be played, and we're going to give you 2 beats on it, Gene. Ready? Boom, boom.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fred Robbins.
Thanks, Eddie. Next week, through the courtesy of Old Gold Cigarettes and the Hotel Pennsylvania, Woody Herman is going to sit in and play some blues for you. And maybe sing, too. And maybe Dave Tuff will be on hand if we can find him. Jonah Jones of Cap Calloway's band's going to drop by, and Gene Krupa will break away from that mob scene at the Capitol Theater over on Broadway just long enough to break it up for you. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if our commando Pee-wee makes it. But who knows? I wouldn't be surprised at anything next week, as a matter of fact. Say, Eddie, are you positively going to be here yourself next week?
Well, I'd planned on it. Why, do you suggest
Try
I
to
do
make it,
otherwise?
old man.
All right, thanks, Fred. Gene, do you want to take this round up? I want to give you 2 beats. You got it? Good. That was Ernie Costanza. Here comes Bill Marcella. Here goes Bobby Hackett. This is Will Harris now. He's with Woody Herman. There's Maxie Kaminsky from the Pied Piper. Here's Strongheart Russell. This is Muggy Spanier. There goes Gene Schrader again. There goes Ernie Costanza. It's Marcella again. And a repeat of Bobby Hackett. Here goes Will Harris. Here's that chicken raiser, Bob Haggart. Here goes Kaminsky the Piper. Joe Marcella.
Condon's Jazz Concert is produced by Ernest Anderson, directed by Jack Bland, and announced by Fred Robbins.
The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 17th Jazz Concert. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, hot music aficionados all over the United States, Canada, and Latin America. Here's a private good afternoon to those 300 workers in our Detroit war plant who got out a petition and had the boss move their Saturday lunch hour up so they could all listen to this program every week, community style, over the shop's public address system. By the way, out there, don't forget that beginning next week, Eddie's concerts start at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. I guess you'll have to try to get the boss to switch your new lunch hour back 2 hours. Here's a memo to that trombone player up in Oswego, New York, who sits in with us every week alongside of his radio set. We didn't get that news from him direct. The neighbors dropped Eddie a line. But don't forget, old man, oil that trombone up 2 hours earlier next week, because Eddie comes on the air at 1:30 p.m., just ahead of the college football broadcast. Well, outside of a little salute to Louis Armstrong, nobody seems to know just what's going to happen here this afternoon, as usual. Nobody, that is, except Mr. Eddie Condon.
Well, the personnel of that last number was Gene Schrader on the piano, still at Nick's. Bob Haggard, still with his chickens on the bass. Ernie Caceres on the baritone, a radio man, does that Mildred Bailey show and various other ones. And Miff Mould has got the band down at Nick's.
And Pee Wee Russell is in that band down at Nick's. And I guess that was all. Maxie Kaminsky had a little bit to do with that background. Now, there's a fellow here I want to say a few words concerning this next number. Gene Krupa.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Eddie,
Yes?
I've always had an ambition. You remember a record that Bobby Haggart and Ray Paduch made a long time ago?
Positively do.
I think they entitled it Big Noise from Winnetka.
That's out in our home country, Gene.
That's right. So I've always had a desire to play that with Bobby, and I guess the opportunity presents itself right now, huh?
I don't know of a better chance.
All right.
All right, go ahead, Gene. Gene, as you know, is at the Capitol Theater. They ran out of several rolls of tickets this morning, so we're going to let everybody in for nothing, starting at 2:30 tomorrow morning. All right, Gene, you want to take this? Go ahead. Just for certain, that was composed by Ray Paduch and Bob Haggart, who played the bass at this present rendition, or past rendition. Now, this next number is going to be a thing we're going to salute this one to Louis Armstrong. He used to play this around Chicago 18, 19 years ago around the Sunset Cafe. Recorded it, and it's called Butter and Egg Man. Are you boys ready over there? I'm going to give you 2 beats on this. Here we go. 1, 2.
that was a butter and egg with Muggsy Spanier on the cornet. One of the few cornet players left. Now, Pee-wee, looks like you start this out. Pee-wee's going to play a little composition of his own. In fact, I think everyone's composed this number from some angle or viewpoint. This is going to be called The Blues by Pee-wee Russell. Take 4 bars, Pee-wee. Go ahead. Well, that was Pee-wee. We finally unshackled Pee-wee. This next go-around is Heebie-Jeebies, another salute to Louis Armstrong. This is going to feature some fellows here. We have Miff on the trombone, Pee-wee Russell on the clarinet, Billy Butterfield on the cornet, and Haggert's still with us, Gene Schrader, and Joe Grasso's on the drums. Now, we're going to give you 3 beats on this. By the way, Billy Butterfield's leaving for Hollywood tomorrow, so Billy, leave us in good shape, will you? Yeah. How about 3 beats? You got that slide ready, Miff? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I'm not certain whether I mentioned Joe Grasso. He took over when Gene Cooper ran back to count the tickets. Fred Robbins, say something.
Something. Well, Eddie, the most important memorandum for today is just this. Beginning next week, Eddie Condon's jazz concerts will be heard over these same stations just 2 hours earlier than you've been hearing them. Pee-wee, you paying attention? You're not paying attention. Well, I'll have to repeat that for Pee-wee's benefit. Beginning next week, Eddie Condon's jazz concerts will be heard over these same stations just 2 hours earlier than you've been hearing them. Okay, that means you have to get up 2 hours earlier, Chuck. And here's another memo for the class. Eddie's been getting a lot of out-of-town mail from listeners who'll be in New York and who want to know just how to get into Town Hall to see these concerts. Well, it's really very simple. The Blue Network invites you to drop in when you come to New York. Just drop a line to Eddie, care of the Blue Network, Radio City, New York. We'll mail you as many tickets as you need. However, if you find yourself in the big city some Saturday afternoon, just drop by Town Hall and, well, we'll try to squeeze you in someplace. If you live in Hartford or New Haven or Bridgeport or Providence or Worcester or Boston or Baltimore or Philadelphia or Washington, D.C., you won't have to come to New York to see Eddie Condon's jazz concert because plans are in the works right now to bring Eddie and a troupe of 15 of the outstanding hot musicians you've been hearing on this program to each of these cities sometime this fall. Just watch for the announcement in your local paper. And here's something special. Lee Wiley will be on next week's show, and that certainly is good news. Well, Edward, I guess you got the Barefoot Gang ready. I see our fullback Pee-wee has his shoulder pads adjusted.
How about those pads under his eyes?
Who's carrying those bags these days?
All right, look it, fellas. Are you ready, Gene? I'm going to give you 2 beats on this. Ready? 1, 2. That's Ernie Caceres. This is Miff on the trombone, Miff Mold. Here goes Max Kaminsky from the Pied Piper downtown. Got his own band down there. Muggsy from down at Nick's. Here's Pee-wee from the same saloon. Billy Butterfield. It'll last the Billy for a few weeks.
chicken are laying some extra eggs now, Bob. Here's Gene Schrader again, downtown at Nick's. Now here's Maxie Kaminsky. Here goes Muggsy Spanier again. Here's the slugger, Russell. Never fought, never defeated. Here's Billy Butterfield, going out to California to pick oranges. Joe Grasso on the drums. He's also a Nick. Fred Robbins, come over here, Fred.
Yes, Edward?
Speak a little French poetry.
French poetry? Well, Eddie Condon's jazz concert is produced by Ernest Anderson, directed by Dr. Jack Bland, supervised by Dick Charles, and announced by Fred Robbins. And don't forget that new time next week, 1:30.
Hey, Fred, you forgot to announce something.
What's that, Ed?
We're giving away Spode dishes next week. You know that.
Is that right?
The first 1,500 customers that arrive get Spode dishes.
Okay.
The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 19th Jazz Concert.
Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 21st Jazz Concert. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, kids and hot fans all over America. Cheerio to all our Canadian listeners tuned in to the stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Saludos amigos to the aficionados of hot music throughout the 20 Latin Americas. And hello, buddy, to some new listeners. I'd like to tell you just who they are. Everyone who participates in these concerts is very proud of a certain package of mail that arrived here this week. It was stamped official business, and it came from the U.S. Army. It contained letters from United States soldiers and sailors up in the Aleutians and down in the Caribbean, from the Southwest Pacific and from the North Atlantic, from France, from Newfoundland, from all sorts of places. You see, the Armed Forces Radio Service has been short-waving Eddie's programs by transcription to our troops all around the world. And we're happy to report that the boys overseas really get a jolt out of these recitals. But today finds Eddie and the mob in the bullpen warming up for the big concert at Carnegie Hall on Monday evening, October 16th, when Eddie will present 30 of the world's greatest hot musicians in his first formal concert of the new season. You've just heard some of those same virtuosi improvising on At Sundown. At the Steinway was Gene Schrader. At the bass, Max Kaminsky's protege, Jack Lesberg. The Guadalcanal corroded, taped-up trumpet was played by the one and only Maxie Kaminsky. Our Latin American ambassador, the master of the baritone saxophone, Senor Ernie Caceres. The trombonist with a Tiffany tone, Miff Mole. And the great New Orleans clarinetist, Edmund Hall. And the only member of our group who's made a go of grand opera, Cozy Cole of Carmen Jones. And there's only one way to find out what's next on the program. We'll have to ask conductor Eddie Condon.
Thank you, Fred Robbins, and you other two people. This next song is a song that's closely associated with a fellow named Thomas Fats Waller, and it's called Squeeze Me.
Years ago, Joe Sullivan and myself wandered into a nightclub, blindfolded, to hear a piano player. I've heard that same fellow play numerous times since, but not quite enough. He's going to play for us now. His name is Willie Lion Smith. The Lion's going to play one of his own compositions called Concentrating. Take it, Bill. That song we're dedicating to a little 3-year-old John Pesky, who has attended every show we've done, with the exception of today. He's home with some croup, and I hope he wins. Now, that guy is here again. After you hear this, you'll know what I mean by again. Ladies and gentlemen, Edmund Hall. With a few stoppers back there, such as Gene Schrader, Cozy Cole, and Jack Lesberg, Ed is going to play It's Been So Long.
Fred Robbins said something concerning our being in the bullpen today. Well, that's the way Edmund Hall played that. I wonder just what Ed's got up his sleeve or rather for Carnegie Hall. They have a lot of sleeves and a lot of excitement. This next number features a fellow named Muggsy Spanier. You know, Muggsy's more or less flirted with the big league baseball group as a participating pitcher. It seems as though Muggsy always had one thought in mind concerning the catcher, and that was, Mandy, make up your mind. Muggsy, you got it. 1, 2, boom. That must have made somebody well. Did me. Well, this girl is here again. No guessing. It's just Lee Wiley. And that same author, George Gershwin. The name of this song is Someone to Watch Over Me.
There's a somebody I'm longing to see. I hope that he turns out to be someone to watch over me. to my heart he carries the key. Won't you tell him, please, to put on some speed? Follow my lead. Oh, how I need someone to watch over me. Although he may not be the man some girls think of as handsome, but to my heart he carries the key. Won't you tell him, please, to put on some speed? Follow my lead. Oh, how I need someone to watch over me.
Our next vocalist, Fred Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Condon. Just a couple of vocal words about how you're going to round up the Barefoot Gang now for the impromptu ensemble. And while you do, Eddie, I'm thinking about the impromptu ensemble Carnegie Hall concert with 30 of the world's greatest hot musicians improvising together. The backstage chatter around here has been terrific. All the boys agree that there have never been so many famous hot musicians on the same stage before. Next Saturday, here at the Ritz Theater, same time, same station, same kind of USA music, we'll be around again, and the featured artists will be three great Chicagoans who incidentally are part of that crew. It's going to make a little history in Carnegie Hall. George Wetling, now with Paul Whiteman. Jess Stacy, who's in New York to organize his own orchestra. Joe Marcella of 52nd Street. Billy Butterfield. Mr. Red McKenzie. And we're trying to arrange a real surprise for you on trombone. Eddie, you set?
Take it, Gene.
Condon's jazz concerts are produced by Ernest Anderson and announced by Fred Robbins.
There's a presidential election around the corner, a job of reconversion to be thought of, and 12 million veterans will return one day soon. These are only a few of our national problems, yours and mine. We are all seeking more information about these problems, information that will be given us by such famous Americans as General Somerville, Admiral Nimitz, Bernard Baruch, and many others, on 3 special broadcasts to be presented on the Blue Network in conjunction with the New York Herald Tribune's 13th Annual Forum. They begin Monday night, October 16th. The series is called Builders of the World Ahead. Don't miss it. It will answer a lot of questions for you. Builders of the World Ahead, brought to you by the Blue Network, will be broadcast October 16th, 17th, and 18th.
The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 23rd Jazz Concert.
Network presents Eddie Condon's 25th Jazz Concert. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, kids and hot fans all over America. And good morning or good evening, wherever you are, to all you servicemen and women listening to this program. Well, today's a big day for Eddie and the boys because this afternoon at 5:30 New York time, Eddie and 30 of the greatest hot musicians of our time will stage their second concert up at Carnegie Hall. Our opener today was Walter Donaldson's classic, My Blue Heaven. And the old Carnegie Orchestra that played it for you included Mr. Gene Schrader at the Steinway. At the drums, the old professor, George Wetling. At that bassy, Bob Casey. Our little trumpeter who's got a special thing in mind for Carnegie at 5:30 this afternoon, Billy Buttercup Butterfield. And who else could play the baritone like that? Why, it must be Senor Ernie Caceres. Man on trombone today is Lou McGarity of the United States Navy, and Lou's appearance here is through the courtesy of the United States Naval Training School up in the Bronx, New York, and the commanding officer of that station whom we love, Captain William Amsden. Our Philharmonic clarinetist is naturally the Carnegie Commando, Pee Wee Russell. And our conductor, Mr. Eddie Condon.
Thank you, Fred Robbins. Here's a song that might be called obscure. However, there's no reflection on its quality. Red McKenzie's going to sing it for you now. Of all the songs that Red sings, this one is one of my favorites. It's called Through a Veil of Indifference.
Through a veil of indifference, I acknowledge your smile. And then a friend introduced us, and we spoke for a while. And when you said you were married, I kept playing my part. I remarked, it is better so. Then you left, and I watched you go through a veil of indifference that hid my aching heart. introduced us, and we spoke for a while. And when you said you were married, I kept playing my part. I remarked, it is better so. Then you left, and I watched you go through a veil of indifference that hit my aching heart.
Jess Stacy's here today. Jess is going to play a song we've never had on this program before. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's anything new. You've undoubtedly heard this one every way, including from Submarine. But as usual, Jess's approach is newly minted. He's going to play After You've Gone. Take it, Jess. Well, you can see that Jess is in shape for Carnegie this afternoon. Peavy brought a new reed for his mouthpiece today. We're going to test it out any minute now. Peavy plays that latest ballad that he wrote himself. Jess Stacy, Bob Casey at the bass, and George Welling at the drums are going to give Peavy an assist on this. Peavy, take it. We have Muggsy Spaniel with us again today. Muggsy has with him that special attachment which he refers to as his cocktail unit. By that he means some indescribable invention that he uses over the bell of the horn. Muggsy is going to play the Riverside Blues. You want 2 beats on this, Muggsy? 1, 2, boom. That's Gene Schrader on the piano this time. Here comes that cocktail unit. This is the part of the program which is always pleasant for me, because right at this point I introduce Lee Wiley. The song Lee sings today was selected by you. I'm talking about your letters that have demanded that Lee repeats the song she sang on this program a month or so ago. It's called Wherever There's Love.
you shall hear some pearls of wisdom in your ear, words that aren't a rarity, but meant in all sincerity. For your approval, I submit the following to it. Wherever there's smoke, there's a fire. Wherever there's hymns, there's a choir. Wherever there's babies, there's one lullaby. Wherever there's love, there's you and I. Wherever there's stars, there's a gleam. Wherever there's night, there's a dream. Wherever there's heaven, there's angels close by. Wherever there's love, there's you and I. Wherever there's ships on the sea, there's treasure in the wood. Wherever the rainbow ends, there's gold, or so I'm told. Wherever there's surf, there's a tide. Wherever there's June, there's a bride. Wherever there's hello, there's always goodbye. Wherever there's love, there's you and I. Wherever the ships on the sea, there's treasure in the wood. Wherever the rainbow ends, there's gold, or so I'm told. Wherever there's surf, there's a tide. Wherever there's June, there's a bride. Wherever there's hello, there's always goodbye. Wherever there's love, there's you and I.
Fred Robbins is going to narrate a little poem he just picked up over at another station.
Oh, yeah? We got something about next week, Eddie. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Eddie's going to assemble a small jazz band that's going to play some of those jazz band tunes you've been asking for in your letters. We're expecting little Maxie Kaminsky to drop in. So plan to tune us in next Saturday, same time, same Blue Network station. Now Eddie's got the Barefoot Gang together for an impromptu ensemble. All set, Ed?
Thank you, Fred Robbins. Jess, you want to start this? Take a couple. Here goes Gene Schrader. is Dick Carey on the cornet. Stacy again. Gene Schrader.
Eddie Condon's jazz concerts are produced by Ernest Anderson and announced by Fred Robbins.
This is the Blue Network.
The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 28th Jazz Concert.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to the Condon program, which simply means that you're tuned in to one of our native art forms. Music that's as American as baseball. Music that's as hot as a Texas pistol. Eddie got an official-looking envelope in the mailbag the other day, and we're proud to report the message it contained. Here's what it said. Starting with today's program, every Eddie Condon recital will be recorded in its entirety and preserved in the archives of the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C., as an important example of our contemporary culture. Well, that curtain raiser was Harry Warren's September in the Rain. And the Carnegie Commandos in the rhythm section were pianist Jess Stacy, bassist Bob Casey, and drummer Johnny Blowers. Then, reading from left to right, the horns were baritone saxophonist Ernie Caceres, clarinetist Pee Wee Russell, and trumpeter Billy Butterfield. All of these great hot musicians and 30 more of them will be on stage at Carnegie Hall next Saturday afternoon at 5:30, at which time Eddie puts on his third recital of the season. Here he comes now, right around the bend. Ladies and gentlemen, Eddie Condon.
Thank you, Fred Robbins, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a guy here from Lansford, Pennsylvania, who has his own niche, more or less, in the Musical Hall of Fame. He plays the clarinet, and his name is... Say, boy, you step in there. What's your name?
Dorsey is the name.
Is that
Jimmy
James?
Dorsey.
Oh,
yes.
yeah. Well, James, and ladies and gentlemen, I have to say at this point that Jimmy's over at the Capitol, over there in Broadway, that Capitol Theater, and they're having a little ticket panic over there. Jimmy's got his band over there. He's also one of the top-notch artists with Decca Records. About that paper shortage, Jimmy's doing so good over there, they plan on eliminating the picture entirely. But seriously, Jimmy, do you think that one of those Plunkett songs will ever come back?
Well, I hope not. But, Eddie, some of the wonderful music we used to hear back in those days will always be fresh in my mind. Speaking as an American musician, I've got to say thanks to you, Eddie, for taking some of that backroom after-hours music and putting it out where the public can hear it, on the Blue Network and at Carnegie Hall.
Listen, Jimmy, did you bring that backroom clarinet with you?
I did.
Well, how about playing one of those after-hour songs, Jim?
You mean something like Gershwin's I've Got Rhythm?
I don't see a thing wrong with it. Well, Jimmy's going back to the bullpen here. Ladies and gentlemen, He's going to play I Got Rhythm on his clarinet, and Jess Stacy, Bob Casey, and Johnny Blowers are going to put in with him. Jimmy, how about you taking it, Jess? Thank you, Jimmy Dorsey, and I'll see you at the Castle. I'm particularly pleased to say that I'll be able to introduce you to a melody. The title is I've Never Been Around. The composer is the talented musicologist of the Rockefeller Committee, Mr. John Halpern. Fittingly enough, the fellow that's going to play it for you is our own expert in Latin American affairs, Senor Anas Casadas. And the name of that song is going to be, once again, I've Been Around. Ernie, I want to give you 2 beats, okay? 1, 2. Here's a Chicago, Illinois boy named Muggsy Spanier. Incidentally, I can consciously recommend some of his records to you. They've been reissued, and the label reads Muggsy Spanier and his Ragtime Band. Muggsy's going to turn on some of that right now, and the title is The Ladies in Love by Sidney Cobbs. Take 3 beats, boys. Ready? 1, 2, 3. very best songwriters alive is Willard Robinson. He wrote a song called Old Folks, and I can't possibly think of a better way to spend the next few minutes than to hear Lee Wiley sing it. The background will be by Jess Stacy, of course, and the boys, as written by Dick Carey. Take it, Jess.
Everyone knows him as Old Folks. Like the seasons he comes and he goes. Just as free as a bird and as good as his word. That's why everybody loves him so. Always leaving his spoon in his coffee. Puts his napkin up under his chin. And that yellow cowpipe, it's so mellow, it's right. But you needn't be afraid of him. In the evening, after supper, what story he could tell. How he held the fort at Gettysburg for Lincoln that day. I know that one so well. Don't quite understand about old folks. Did he fight for the blue or the gray? But he's so diplomatic, so democratic. We always let him have his way. Every Friday he goes fishing way down on Buzzard's Lake. But he only caught a fish or two. A whale got away. So we warm up the stake. Someday there'll be no more old folks. What a lonely old town this will be. Children's voices at play will be still for a day. The day that they take old folks away.
Direct from a recording engagement at Mount Rainier National Park, we present Fred Robbins.
Well, I'm bearing my fangs. Here's a memo for the entire class. Now write this on your collar. Beginning next Saturday, Eddie Condon's jazz concerts will be heard over these same stations just 1/2 hour earlier. Pee-wee, are you paying attention? Oh. Now, ladies and gentlemen, excuse me, please, while I repeat that for an unhappy Indian named Pee-wee Russell, who'll have to get up earlier than ever now. Pee-wee, remember, beginning next Saturday, Eddie Condon's jazz concerts will be heard over these same stations just 1/2 hour earlier. And just to give everybody a real excuse for remembering that next week's show is going to be 1/2 hour earlier, we're going to have a very special guest here for you. The fellow that Joe Venuti sends one cufflink to every Christmas, Wingy Manone. Yes, sir. Mr. Manone from San Antone will be here next week to sing and play for you. And Wingy will be one of the 7 trumpeters, one of the 30 great hot musicians that Eddie will present at Carnegie Hall next Saturday afternoon at 5:30. So watch out for Wingy now. He's bound to have a few radical new ideas that you won't want to miss. Say, on our very first concert, we introduced a song, and since that time, the War Department has recorded it and sent it all over the world. And on the home front, it's beginning to sweep the jukeboxes from Bangor to San Diego. The song was the Uncle Sam Blues. And here, ready to sing it and play it for you, is its composer, Mr. Orrin Hot Lips Page. Incidentally, Lips' big new band opens next week at the Apollo Theater in New York. And when we asked Lips if he was going to have a string section, well, Lips replied, yes, one man. He's going to play the bass fiddle. You ready, Mr. Condon?
All right, Jess, take 2 beats in this.
Your man. Uncle Sam ain't no woman, sure can take your man. Women wringing their hands and a crying all over the land. I know you pray for me, baby, pray for me every night. I know you pray for me, baby, pray for me every night. And with you in my corner, Lord knows everything's all right. Fritz and Tojo sure got themselves in a jam. Fritz and Tojo sure got themselves in a jam. They gotta go now for messing up Uncle Sam.
Eddie Condon's jazz concerts are produced by Ernest Anderson and announced by Fred Robbins.
This is the Blue Network.
The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 30th Jazz Concert. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, kids and hot fans all over America. You're listening to that American music again, American music that Eddie Condon brought out of the back rooms into Carnegie Hall. Eddie's next appearance at Carnegie Hall will be on Christmas Day at 5:30 in the afternoon. 40 of the greatest living jazz musicians are going to be there with him, playing solo and collective improvisations. They'll include, for example, those 7 virtuosi you just heard playing Johnny Pesky's American classic, Ballin' the Jack. In the rhythm section were Gene Schrader at the Steinway, Georgie Wetling behind the drums, and Billy Rose's new bassist, Mr. Sidney Weiss. The horns were Senor Ernie Caceres on baritone saxophone, clarinetist Pee Wee Russell, trumpeter Max Kaminsky, and the master of the trombone, Jack Teagarden. And, as at Carnegie Hall on Christmas Day, the man on the podium, Mr. Eddie Condon.
Thank you, Fred Robbins, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You may or may not know that this music we've been playing for you on the Blue Network concerts and at Carnegie Hall is now in the process of being recorded on a popular label. Oh, we got to do better than that. Cancel. By way of example, here's something we recorded just last Thursday with almost its identical personnel. The first vocal part you'll hear is a result of some training I had in the Midwest while still a hog hauler. So much for the hogs. From then on, you'll hear a fellow who really can sing. His name is Jack Teagarden. The song is The Sheik of Araby. I'm the Sheik of Araby.
Wait there, man. What in the world are you singing about? Don't you know that's all out of date?
Well, who are you?
I'm the Sheik, man. That's who I be. And all the girls, they fall for me. You loving men from Araby ain't Sheik no more used to be. You sang a song for years it seems, but there's better ways to get your queens. I choose this way, it fits my means. Here's what one of the gals in New Orleans. Won't do. I know that you can see it too. You've heard my song and now I'm through. I'll leave the verdicts up to you.
By way of mention, there was a narrator concerning George Welling at the drums. That's Johnny Blowers from Spartanburg, Georgia. George is home knitting lampshades. The next song we're going to dedicate to an excellent clarinet player and one of the pioneers of this type of music. Beyond any doubt, he was extraordinarily well-liked, personally as well as musically. I'm talking about the late Rod Kless. We're fortunate to have a highly suitable person to play this dedication to Rod, Sidney Bechet. Sidney, you ready?
Ready.
You better take 4 bars, Gene. Well, I can see you're glad to have Sidney back. Thank you very much, Sidney. It was a beautiful job. Well, that one was for Rod Kless, who will surely be missed among all musicians and among all people who like our brand of music. Now we're going to unleash Bobby Hackett. The song we're going to play is custom tailored for Bobby. Dick Carey wrote the background, and it's called There's a Small Hotel. Thanks, Bob. Hey, we're armed with some guys who can truly do something. Here's another positive example. We're changing driver's seats now, and Billy Butterfield's taking over. Billy's going to diagnose those Royal Garden blues. With Billy will be Ernie Caceres, Pee Wee Russell, Jack Teagarden. Go ahead, Billy. 1, 2. Well, I'll tell you, this stage seems to be loaded with 4-star generals. Speaking of 4-star generals, here's a 5-star singer, Miss Lee Wiley. We recorded this one last Thursday, just the way you're going to hear it now. Bobby Hackett wrote this background. It's called Wherever There's Love, There's You and I.
Wherever there's smoke, there's a fire. Wherever there's hymns, there's a choir. Wherever there's babies, there's one lullaby. Wherever there's love, there's you and I. Wherever there's stars, there's a gleam. Wherever there's night, there's a dream. Wherever there's heaven, there's angels close by. Wherever there's love, there's you and I. Wherever there's ships on the sea, there's treasure in the moon. Wherever the rainbow ends, there's gold, or so I'm told. Wherever there's surf, there's a tide. Wherever there's June, there's a bride. Wherever there's hello, there's always goodbye. Wherever there's love, there's you and Wherever there's surf, there's a tide. Wherever there's June, there's a bride. Wherever there's hello, there's always goodbye. Wherever there's love, there's you and I.
Well, we have another star here. He's going to be on our Christmas Day concert at Carnegie Hall. This fellow recites poetry. Fred, have you got poetry handy?
Oh, okay, Ed, all the time. Well, Jack Bland and myself, as a matter of fact, will be riding herd on practically all of the great jazz musicians of our time, Christmas afternoon at Carnegie Hall. Everybody on today's program is going to be there, and about 30 others of the greatest names in our contemporary American music. In fact, we're flying Pee Wee Russell in from Greenwich Village. So you can be sure there are going to be some new high water marks in Carnegie Hall Christmas Day. We'll be right back here again next Saturday, same time, same blues stations. Now, here's another of those new records Eddie told you about. The boys are going to do it in that new musical conception called the Barefoot Style. The name of the tune is Christmas at Carnegie. Okay, Santa?
Go ahead, Gene, take it. Howdy, Hackett. Sydney Bachet. Max Kaminsky. Jack Teagarden. Billy Butterfield. Pee Wee Russell. Eddie Condon's jazz concerts are announced by Fred Robbins and produced by Ernie Anderson.
This is the Blue Network.
The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 32nd Jazz Concert. Happy New Year, ladies and gentlemen, kids, hot fans all over America. And here's a special Happy New Year with the extra wish that we'll see you home again in 1945 to all the soldiers and sailors all around the world listening to this program through military facilities. Our curtain raiser was Walking the Dog, played in the Condon style by one of Eddie's all-star Carnegie Hall groups. The horns were trombonist Benny Morton, clarinetist Pee Wee Russell, baritone saxophonist Ernie Caceres, and the Chicago cornetist from Dorchester, Massachusetts, Maxie Kaminsky. In the rhythm section, that was George Studboy Wetling behind the drums, Jack Lesberg behind the bass, and directly in front of the Steinway, beating out time right now, Jess Stacy of Tommy Dorsey's orchestra. Well, Christmas Day at Carnegie Hall saw another one of Eddie's concerts. Today's program will bring you some of the standout performances of that recital. Behind the Carnegie footlights, some 40 of the greatest names in jazz music thought it was a thrilling concert. In fact, it was so very good that there's a rumor going around that the out-of-town amateur critics liked it themselves. The truth is, though, that the music bothered Eddie so much that he's bringing the same mob right back to Carnegie Hall on Saturday afternoon, January 20th at 5:30. Right about here is where I say, Happy New Year, Eddie Condon.
Happy New Year to you, Fred, and Happy New Year to the ladies and gentlemen. It didn't take Carnegie Hall to convince me that Jess Stacy knows what to do with the piano. I knew that years ago. Today, Jess is going to play one of the standard classics for you. In our line, it's called I Ain't Got Nobody.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Jess Stacy of the movies. Now, here's a song you don't hear on every juke machine. It's always been one of my favorites. Max Kaminsky, Ernie Caceres, Benny Morton, and Pee Wee Russell are going to play it for you. It's called Strut Miss Lizzie. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. There's a man who's a penny I especially value named Y.K. Smith. I asked Y.K. what he liked best of all at our Christmas Carnegie concert. Y.K. liked best of all what Sidney Bechet did. Sidney Bechet, I want to say Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year's, Eddie.
Sidney, what are you going to touch off here for us?
Well, Eddie, years ago in New Orleans, we had a jazz band called Young Olympia. And every so often, we'd go and play the little towns around Louisiana. One night, I don't even remember the name of the town we were in. Freddie Keppert was a famous cornet player of that time, came up to the bandstand and introduced me to a young guitar player named Jimmy Noon. Next thing I know, Jimmy was playing the clarinet in New Orleans. In those days, some of the bands had 2 clarinets, and Jimmy and I used to play together whenever we could arrange it. About that time, I got a chance to go to Europe. When I came back years later, I was in Chicago one night, and all the musicians were talking about going to a cafe where there was a marvelous clarinetist. So naturally, I went to him. He was marvelous, all right. It was Jimmy Noon. I see a couple of the boys here today who used to hang around the Apex Cafe to hear Jimmy play. George Wedling and Jess Stacy. So, Eddie...
Pee Wee was there, don't forget that.
That's right. Well, Eddie, I'd like to ask them to play a little song for Jimmy with me.
Well, Howell, here's what we'll do about that, Sidney. You and Stacy and Jack Lesberg on the piano, and George Rutling will play it. Jess, do you want to take those 4 bars? Take it. Well, that was Sidney Bechet. You get some idea of Sidney's versatility when I tell you what he has just completed. Is an original score for orchestra and chorus of the 23rd Psalm. Sidney's going back to New Orleans on January 17th to play the Esquire concert there. You'll be able to hear a portion of that concert by tuning in to this station that evening. Now, here's Fred Robbins with an important message from the Office of War Information.
Needed immediately 10,000 registered nurses for service in the Army Nurse Corps. This is an urgent need, for the tempo of war is increasing on all fronts. The need for Army nurses thus grows in proportion. Particularly needed are registered nurses, but those about to graduate and those who qualify as registered nurses and senior members of the U.S. Cadet Nurse Corps up to 45 years of age are needed by the Army immediately. Among the many fine advantages registered nurses will find in the Army Nurse Corps, there's the satisfaction of knowing that you're practicing your profession where it will do the most good. You enter with the rank of a second lieutenant, and there are many opportunities for advancement. Moreover, you will receive an initial allowance of $250 for uniforms, the trim, smart olive drab dress uniform, the overcoat, cape, service cap, and other essentials. So write today to the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington, D.C. Eddie?
Thank you, Fred Robbins. We're going to play a song now. We're going to switch from Louisiana to Georgia. How about 2 beats in this thing, fellas? Ready? Georgia Brown is it. 1, 2.
Now we're going to have the Stacys. By Stacys, I mean Jess and Lee Stacy. Me, Lee Wiley. Lee, are you handy?
Yes, I am, Eddie.
What are you going to sing, Lee?
When your lover has gone.
Has he gone?
Mercy me. Will you take it, Jess?
When you're alone, who cares for starlit skies? When you're alone, the magic moonlight dies at break of dawn. There is no sunrise when your lover has gone. What lonely hours the evening shadows bring. What lonely hours with memories lingering like faded flowers. Life gave me where your lover has gone. What lonely hours the evening shadows bring. What lonely hours with memory lingering like faded flowers. Life can mean anything when your lover has gone.
Now, at this point, we usually introduce our cowboy singing star. Audrey, Fred Roberts.
Roger. Well, who, Mr. Condon? We'll be right here again next Saturday, same time, same blue station. There'll be more of that Carnegie Hall Americana music played by the greatest jazz musicians of our time. Well, now here's Eddie and the boys ready to whip up an impromptu number that you can refer to as Saturday Afternoon at Carnegie, Saturday, January 20th, 1945. Edward?
Thank you, Fred. Jess, will you take these things? Got it?
Condon's jazz concerts are announced by Fred Robbins, directed by Addison Amore, and produced by Ernie Anderson.
This is the Blue Network.
The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 34th Jazz Concert.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, kids and hot fans all over America. And hello out there to all you soldiers and sailors all over the world listening to this broadcast through military facilities. We've got another bundle of that wonderful Americandan music for you, music made by some of the greatest hot musicians of our time. Here's a letter that tumbled out of Eddie's mailbag the other day. We thought you'd be interested in it. It's postmarked Christmas Eve, 1944, the North Atlantic. Nearest land, 5 miles, straight down. Here's what it says. Dear Eddie,
I thought you'd like to know that I just heard one of your concerts over one of the stations that broadcast to servicemen around the world. I got a tremendous kick out of it. To me, there's something in that music that tells the story of the courage and personality of the good guys who are taking it on the chin. Keep it on the air. It's like getting a transfusion of America, which is almost as important as plasma is to these guys. And it's signed, Best Regards, Steve Moore, a merchant seaman. You know, Eddie plays his last New York concert of the season at Carnegie Hall next Saturday afternoon, January 20th at 5:30. And today, Eddie's going to give you some of the highlights of that recital. That first tune, for example, was September in the Rain. And the old Carnegie rhythm section that played it for you were percussionist George Studboy Wetling, bassist Sid Billy Rose Weiss, and pianist Leonard... excuse me, that's Jess Stacy at the Steinway. And those Carnegie horns were cornetist Billy Butterfield, who has his own program on the Blue these Wednesday nights, baritone saxophonist Ernie Caceres, clarinetist Pee Wee Slugger Russell, and a trombone player named Thomas Francis Dorsey. And here on the podium is the Carnegie Kid himself, Eddie Condon.
Well, I want to thank you, Fred Robbins. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a fellow here that's standing Broadway on his ear these days. He had to fight his way out of the theater to get over here, and he's going to have to fight his way back after this program. Step in here, Tommy Dorsey.
Thank you very much, and hello, Eddie Condon.
Well, Tom, what are you going to touch off for us today?
Well, I'd like to play a tune that wasn't written by a guy by the name of Leonard. It's,
Well, he's been writing everything these days.
Well, it's a ticklish situation there. I'd like to play a little thing called Body and Soul. If we can get Sid Weiss and George Wetling and Jess Stacy to sort of join in along with us.
Well, I think that this is a very good opportunity to find out whether Tommy gets his tone on his trombone from Cartier's or Tiffany's. Jess, you want to take 2 bars? Tommy, I think it's a toss-up between Cartier and Tiffany on that tone. See, we have a fellow here today on the staff named Muggsy Spanier. Muggsy's going to round these fellows up. We'll have Pee Wee on the clarinet, Ernie Caceres on baritone, Tommy back in the trombone, Muggsy, George Wetling, and Jess Stacy and Sid Weiss. To take 2 beats on Rose Room. 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a treat we've been eagerly awaiting. It's an old friend of practically everyone on the stage here today, and I'm talking about Earl Hines. Jess and George, Pee-wee, Muggsy, Tommy, and myself used to go out to 35th Street in Chicago years ago. There used to be a little band out there, and the reason we used to get so close to the piano was because Earl Hines was on the right side of it. Earl, what are you going to play today?
Well, I think I'm going to try to do an old tune that I had the pleasure of writing quite some time ago. It seems as though it just got a bit of popularity here lately called Monday Date. I don't know whether I still remember it. I'm going to struggle through it. It'll be all right?
Well, you can switch to Tuesday if you want to, Earl.
Well, that's fine. I'd like to have George Wetling sit in with me.
Well, George is pretty well squared away there on the drums.
Well, that's great.
Speaking of the popularity of this tune, it's always been a favorite of mine, Earl, and I know by you touching it off now, it's not going to hurt its popularity a bit. You want to take it, Earl?
Well, I'll try it.
Take it.
Well, Earl, I want to thank you very much, and it's certainly gratifying to have you back on the scene again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to play something entitled At the Jazz Band Ball. Jess, George, and Sid in the rhythm section. We're going to have Billy Butterfield turn loose here, and Muggsy Spaniel all at the same time. Tommy, Pee-wee, and Ernie are going to give them an assist. I want to give you 2 beats on this, fellas. Are you ready? 1, 2. Here goes Billy Butterfield. Several years ago, a group of the fellows you're listening to today got together with a singer named Lee Wiley and made an album of George Gershwin's songs. We didn't make the usual hit songs, but picked out instead some of Gershwin's more obscure efforts. Let's see now. Lee's going to sing one of these for you. This is either script or fly paper. It's called How Long Has This Been Going On? And this will give you an opportunity to understand for yourself just why George Gershwin especially liked to hear his song sung by Lee Wiley. Now, let's see. We're going to take 2 beats on this thing, fellas. Are you ready? 1, 2.
I could cry salty tears. Where have I been all these years? Little while, please tell me now, how long has this been going on?
Thank you, Lee Wiley. Incidentally, that background was written by Dick Carey. Now I want Fred Robbins, the new commentator for News of the Day, to say a little poetry.
Oh, Edward. Well, of course, Eddie, the biggest news of the day is that concert next Saturday afternoon at Carnegie Hall at 5:30. And some more big news is next week's program, when right here are going to be the annual awards by Downbeat, the musician's own trade journal. Members of the Eddie Condon troupe made a sweep of awards in the 1945 poll, and the presentations will be made right here next Saturday. Special guests will be Sidney Bechet and Wild Bill Davison. And right after next week's program, the boys will take the instruments over to Carnegie Hall to play at the last Carnegie recital of the New York season. Some 40 of the greatest hot stars will be there to make the season an historic one. Well, now, due to literally hundreds of requests by mail, in person on the street, and phone calls, we're going to repeat a number that we did last week. It's very seldom that we repeat a number here on the Condon Show, but this is the first time. It's called What Makes Leonard So Modest? Or Muggsy's Serenade. And from there the fellas segue into something called the Carnegie Leap. Edward?
Here we go, Jess. You want to take it? Boom, boom.
Condon's Jazz Concerts are produced by Ernest Anderson and announced by Fred Robbins.
This is the Blue Network.
Network presents Eddie Condon's 36th Jazz Concert, featuring trombonist Johnny Pesky, clarinetist Joe Marcy. The Blue Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 38th Jazz Concert. And right now, stirring up today's first batch of that Americana music for you are trombonist Johnny Pesky of Atlanta, Georgia, cornetist Muggsy Spanier, whose ragtime band everybody knows, clarinetist Hank D'Amico of the Blue Network Orchestra, Bob Casey, the bassy from Cairo, Illinois, Tommy Dorsey, Steinway expert Mr. Jess Stacy, and the surrealist of the drums, George Dolly Wetling. The song is that old-time good one, Should I? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, kids and hot fans all over the Western Hemisphere. And hello out there, wherever you are, whatever time of day it may be, to our soldiers and sailors all around the world listening to this program of back-home music through military radio facilities. People who study the progress of human culture seem to think that jazz music is the new art form of the 20th century, and everybody agrees that it's as American as baseball. Its very essence is its impromptu quality, and for that reason I can't tell you very much about what's apt to happen here today. But there's one fellow who probably knows, or does he? And his name is Eddie Condon.
Well, I see the same mob is still in the same position. I think we ought to play Song of the Water. Muggsy, you ready for 2 beats? 1, 2.
Hey, Eddie, do you care if I might announce this next selection?
Why, not at all, George. What language?
Oh, anyone. I tell you, way back when I was a kid in Chicago, I was going out to Calumet High School.
Teaching, George?
No, not teaching.
Student,
Just
I
a
see.
little studying on the side.
Oh. Lampshades, knitting, and so forth.
Anyhow, I heard all these guys talking about a terrific soprano saxophone player that was downtown there.
Yeah.
Working with Eddie Payton's band.
Yeah.
So,
Do they have high schools then?
Oh, yes. They had a few. This was before the youth movement took over. So, you know, at my age, tender age that I was, they wouldn't
Yes,
allow
Father.
us boys in the cabarets. And so, anyhow, I got a hold of a record that Sidney was on. You know the Sidney I'm talking about, Sidney Bechet.
That's him.
And I thought it was about the best thing I'd ever heard. Then I couldn't even believe it was a soprano saxophone, because I never heard anything played like that before.
Well, I tell you, it's not even necessary to spell it or even pronounce it, but Sidney can certainly play it. Sidney, do you want to take that to Sister Kate? Get back there, George. Now, George, run over your poetry for the next number. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Sidney. Sidney, if you ever draw a blank, I'm going to grow an extra head. We have an exceptional trumpet player here today, and his name is Yank Lawson. Yank is my idea of an outstanding jazz band trumpet player. We don't hear enough of Yank in the smaller bands these days.
We're going to turn him loose here with a few accomplices, George Welling, Bob Casey, Jess Stacy, and Hank D'Amico. They're all going to put in with him. The song is going to be Indiana. I'm going to give you a downbeat of that, Hank. Ready? Boom. See what happens, Yank? Everyone seemed to like that one. There's no question about it. A few years ago, some records came out that everyone liked. The name of that label was Muggsy Spaniard's Ragtime Band. One of the cleverest of those sides was an idea of Joe Bushkin's and Muggsy's called Relaxing at the Turo. And it goes something like this. Stacy, take it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Muggsy, it's a pleasure to hear that any time. Relaxing or not relaxing, you know that. Say, I have something concerning this next number to say. It goes something like this. I have spent most of my time, evenings to date, working in little clubs, often on 52nd Street here in New York. Why not? Because fellows I was working with included Joe Bushkin, the late Bunny Berrigan. Practically the most regular customer in the place was Johnny DeVries. One night, Johnny came in with a song. It was from a score from Flop Musical. I forgot the name of the musical. And I know the name of the song. It's called If I Can't Get Started With You. Johnny had a little trouble inducing us to play this song. Well, thanks to John DeVries, Bunny Berrigan established this song as a must. It's always a standard from now on. And there's a young lady here who feels the same way I do about it. Miss Lee Wiley's going to sing it. Jess?
I've flown around the world in a plane and settled revolutions in Spain. The North Pole I have charted, but I can't get started with you. Around a golf course I'm under par. That drug Goldwyn wants me to start. I got a house, a showplace, can't get no place with you. You're so supreme. Lyrics I write, love you scheme. Just for the sight of you dream. Both day and night of you. But what good does it do? I've been consulted by Franklin D. And Robert Taylor asked me to tea. Still I'm broken hearted, can't get started with you. I do 100 yards in 10 flats. The Prince of Wales is copied my hat. With queens I've a la carte, can't get started with you. The leading tailors follow my styles. In toothpaste that feature my smiles. The Astor bills I visit, but say, what is it with you? When first we met, how you elated me, pet. You devastated me yet. Now you deflated me till you're my Waterloo. When J.P. Morgan bows, I just nod. Green pastures wanted me to play God. The Siamese twins I parted. Can't get started with you.
You can see why I can't get started as standard. Thanks very much, Lee. Fred Robbins, what language you speaking in today?
Well, Eddie, I had a lot of letters here from our mailbag from overseas, but I see that time doesn't permit quoting a few of them, so we'll save them for next week, and they're very interesting indeed. Meantime, you're going to round up the mob for a little barefoot serenade. I want to tell the folks what's going to happen next week. Max Kaminsky and Billy Butterfield will be here. We've asked that bass player from Boston, Jack Lesberg, to drop in, too. And you can plan on hearing Jess Stacy and George Wetling and Ernie Caceres and Lee Wiley, too. So come back again next Saturday, same time, same blue station. Today we're playing this one for Whack Gene Kelly. Gene's being married today. For all the Kellys in the service, Edward, how about the Carnegie Leap?
Carnegie Leap? Okay. Give this the Gaelic touch, Jess. Got it? Take it.
Condon's jazz concerts are produced by Ernest Anderson and announced by Fred Robbins.
This is the Blue Network.
The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 42nd Jazz Concert.
Well, class, it's time for your semifinals. Now we'll see if you've been paying attention this semester. The problem for the class is who's playing this first number, and by the way, what number is it? Don't ask me. But here are some clues. The drummer is an alumnus of Paul Whiteman's orchestra. The bass player is from Dorchester, Massachusetts. And the piano player, all I can say about him is that he's a famous symphony conductor here on loan from the United States Army Air Corps. Guess who? We won't identify those horn players for you, other than to say they've all been on those programs many times before, although we've had to mark the clarinet player absent a couple of times recently. Naming the song will be a little bit harder. It's all about a girl whose first name is Sweet Joja, second name Brown. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, kids and hot fans all over the USA. And hello out there, whatever time of day or night it is, wherever you are, to all the servicemen and women listening to this concert through military radio facilities. Well, the first thing we've got to do today is to correct the examination papers on that first Condon item. The horn players were, of course, trumpeter Billy Butterfield, trombonist Johnny Pesky, baritone saxophonist Ernie Caceres, and clarinetist Pee Wee Russell. The bassist today is Jack Lesberg. The drummer is Digger Leyland. And that piano player, he's a stranger around these parts. Can't tell you who he is. You'll have to ask Professor Eddie Condon.
Fred, you sound like you're from the South. Well, thanks anyhow, Fred, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That piano player Fred refers to has covered plenty of ground since both of us played with late Bunny Berrigan at the old famous door. For the past 8 months, he's been taking Dave Rose's place as musical director of Winged Victory, the official play of the Army Air Corps. He goes by the name of Master Sergeant Joe Bushman. Today, Joe is going to play one of his own compositions for us. It's something called Serenade in Thirds. Rollo Leyland will accompany him. Pagan. Thank you, Sergeant Joe Bushman. We'll continue that further on later, Joe. We played a song at Carnegie Hall some time ago that impressed Virgil Thompson enough to get special attention in his review in the New York Herald Tribune. It's a song that's always been one of our favorites, especially when Max Kaminsky's around. Max is here today, so let's put on Maceo Pink-Eyed Sugar. Thank you. Thank you. It's been entirely too long since we've had a clarinet solo by Ernie Caceres. We made a point of asking Ernie to bring his clarinet today, so now, with the assist from Joe Bushkin, Jack Lesberg, and Rollo Leyland, Ernie's going to play Sherry. Take it, Joe. Thank you, Ernie. Say, this next thing here is a little thing called Love Is Just Around the Corner. It's the very first record we made for Milt Gabler, and it featured Peavy. So there's no reason why Peavy shouldn't be turned loose today. Are you ready, boys? Around the corner. 1, 2, boom. Well, you can see that Pee-wee is still in shape. Incidentally, he made a new album where he's featured on several songs. It's going to be released soon. And for detail on that album, you can always talk to Pee-wee down at Nick's. They're there from 6:30. Now, this next go-around, we got a request here. The request has been coming in from practically all directions ever since the word got out that Joe Bushkin was going to be here today. By the way, this song here, I think we're going to hold this in case we have time for it, but more about that later. Now, at this particular point, we're going to hear from that fellow from the Mound City, Red McKenzie. Red's going to sing a song from one of the little shows. It's called Can't We Be Friends, and Dick Carey wrote the background.
I thought I found the girl of my dreams. Now it seems this is how the story ends. She's gonna turn me down and say, can't we be friends? I thought for one it couldn't go wrong. Not for long, I can see the way this ends. She's gonna turn me down and say, can't we be friends? Why should I care? Oh, she gave me the air. Why should I cry and heave a sigh and wonder why? I should have seen the signal to stop. What a flop, this is how the story ends. I let her turn me down and say, can't we be friends? And why should I care? Though she gave me the air. Why should I cry and heave a sigh and wonder why? I should have seen the signal to stop. What a flop. This is how the story ends. She's gonna turn me down and say, can't we be friends?
Thanks, Red. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a fellow here we've all been waiting to see and meet and hear from. Bunk Johnson. Bunk is in here. Bunk is in here from New Orleans, or rather up here from New Orleans. He's going to Boston Monday to open with Sidney Bechet. I understand they have a band that's going to be ready. Bunk, what's this paved country look like up here?
Looks real fine.
It does?
Fine.
Step in a little closer, Bunk.
Well.
Bunk, I've heard so much about you. In fact, I have a brother to speak to you personally. I guess you spend a lot of time with him on the
Great
show.
friend of mine.
He travels also, doesn't he?
Oh, he lots of traveling.
Bunk, I'll tell you, I regret one of the things you're leaving for Boston so soon because you came in unexpectedly, and I certainly wanted you to toot on this show.
Sure.
Well, the show's going to continue, Bunk, and we're certainly going to make room for you.
I sure be proud of it.
In fact, when we're up in Boston, we're going to do a Symphony Hall turn there, so you be in shape, will you, Bunk?
That's fine.
When that's over, we're coming back here and raise some commotion.
I'm able to do it, too.
All right, Bunk.
I'm trying to make that other 65 years old, that's all.
Well, now, look at here, Bunk. If you don't get your diploma this year,
I'm going to get that.
I'm going to tell your mother and father on you.
I'll get that. Thanks.
All right, Bunk. Good luck to you in Boston, Bunk. Now we have Bunk Robbins here. Just came in from Milwaukee.
Thank you, Bunk Condon. I have a couple of memorandums for the class. First of which is that Bunk Condon opens his first concert tour at the Academy of Music in Philadelphia on Easter Monday, April the 2nd. Then he brings the mob to Bushnell Auditorium in Hartford on Monday night, April the 9th. And from there, we all go up to Symphony Hall in Boston on Sunday evening, April 15th. Of course, you'll be hearing us every week at this same time over these same blue stations. Next week, Lee Wiley will be back with us. Joe Bushkin, Jess Stacy will be on hand. Muggsy Spanier will play his famous version of the Tin Roof Blues. And, of course, we're also expecting Ernie Caceres, Pee Wee, Sid Weiss, Johnny Pesky, and many other famous hot musicians. Well, Edward, I guess the fellows have got their shoes off, so round them up.
Okay, Joe, fly in those blues, will you? saying goodbye until next Saturday at 1.
Eddie Condon's jazz concerts are announced by Fred Robbins and produced by Ernest Anderson.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 44th Jazz Concert. 44 is the number of a pretty important kind of a shooting iron. And in just about 29 minutes, we think you'll be thinking it's also the number of a powerful ration of American music. Well, it ought to be, with Billy Butterfield on cornet, Johnny Pesky on trombone, Ernesto Caceres manipulating the fire plug, Danny Alvin on drums, Jack Lesberg on bass, Payway Russell, he's changed positions, he's now playing left tackle, and making his valedictory as far as this photo is concerned, Master Sergeant Joey Bushkin at the Steinway. The song, Louis Armstrong's Struttin' with Some Barbecue. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, kids and hot fans all over the Western Hemisphere. And hello out there, wherever you are, whatever time of day it may be, or night too, to servicemen and women listening in through military radio facilities all over the world. This is the Eddie Condon program, the program that specializes in America's own 20th century art, jazz music. Last week, Eddie promised to give us an audition of his newest record release. I couldn't pick a better time for that than right now, so how about it, Mr. Eddie Condon?
Hello, Fred Robbins, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it's about time to play that new one for you. You'll have to chalk it up to Bobby Hackett. It was his conception of a new way to play an old song called When Your Lover Has Gone. That Fort Knox cornet of Billy Butterfield deserves your attention here, and there are bound to be a couple of bullseyes registered by Johnny Pesky's trombone and Ernie Caceres' baritone. Easter Monday, we're going to kick off our first concert tour. You can call it a tour because we're going to 3 cities. Fred Robbins, have you got the timetable handy?
I got it handy, and I got the tickets already, Ed. On Monday, April 2nd, we're going to stage a tremor, no less, at the Academy of Music in Philadelphia. Then we knock the moldings out of Bushnell Memorial up in Hartford, Connecticut. And on Sunday, April 15th, we're bringing Bobby Hackett, Bunk Johnson, Sidney Bechet, and a special posse up to State Old Symphony Hall in Boston.
Speaking of Boston, Fred, we've got the George Apley of our set here, Max Kaminsky. Max is going to give a little Village Vanguard touch to the Jazz Me Blues. I should tell you that on that Lover's Gone selection, the piano player was Joe Bushman, who switched to one of the trumpet. Rather, Joe Bushman was the piano player. Then he did switch to a trumpet at that time. The piano was played by a fellow who hasn't been here the past couple of weeks, and the reason we sort of buried him there is because his name is Jess Stacy, and he's got something coming up for you. Today, Jess is going to play a solo for us. Danny Alvin, our drummer from Chicago, is going to put in with him. The song is You're Driving Me Crazy. Take it, Jess. Thank you, Jess Stacy. Well, the commando's here again, Pee Wee Russell. Today we're going to play a song that Pee Wee's featured in this recent album he's made, which will be obtainable down at Nick's. And he's going to turn loose on the clarinet. This is called Clarinet Marmalade. That new release of ours is pretty orthodox in one respect. It's got two sides. The other side is something that started right here on this program. And we've got the person that actually started it today, Lee Wiley. Lee is going to sing it for you now. It's called Wherever There's Love. Again, Bobby Hackett is responsible for the background.
Wherever there's smoke, there's a fire. Wherever there's love, there's you and I. Wherever there's stars, there's a gleam. Wherever there's night, there's a dream. Wherever there's heaven, there's angels close by. Wherever there's love, there's you and I. Wherever there's ships on the sea, there's treasure in the hold. Wherever the rainbow is, there's gold, or so I'm told. Wherever there's surf, there's a tide. Wherever there's June, there's a bride. Wherever there's hello, there's always goodbye. Wherever there's love, there's you and Wherever there's surf, there's a tide. Wherever there's June, there's a bride. Wherever there's hello, there's always goodbye. Wherever there's love, there's you and I.
Any poetry handy, Fred?
Oh, I have some, Ed. I have a few memos for the senior class. We have a dispatch here, first of all, from 52nd Street. The Spotlight Club is trying to get the Chicago piano player Joe Sullivan and the New Orleans drummer Zooty Singleton to come into New York from the coast, and that is something to be encouraged. And here's another note about the old concert at Philadelphia at the Academy of Music, Easter Monday evening. It's a week from Monday. Eddie's accomplices will be Muggsy Spanier, Maxie Kaminsky, Billy Butterfield, George Wetling, Pee Wee Russell, Ernie Caceres, Miff Mole, Benny Morton, Kansas Fields, Bob Haggart, Lee Wiley, Sammy Price, Dick Carey, and James P. Johnson. And the same mob are going to go up to Hartford the following Monday evening, April the 9th. Next week, of course, we'll all be right back here with the same barefoot music, the same blues stations, the same 1 o'clock jump without the curfew. Edward, ready?
Jess, you want to fly into this last go-around? Sergeant Bushkin.
Here's Bushkin on the cornet.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 46th and last jazz concert.
It's Little Maxie Kaminsky on cornet, Joe Dixon on clarinet, Vernon Brown on trombone, Ernie Caceres on baritone, Dave Bowman at the Steinway, Jack Lesberg on bass, and Sidney Catlett behind the tubs. The song is the good old time one called Ballin' the Jack. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, kids and hot fans all over the Western Hemisphere. And hello out there, wherever you are, whatever time of day or night it is, to all you overseas servicemen and women who are digging this Americana music through military radio facilities. In other years, New Orleans and Chicago were the places where the veins of jazz music were the richest. But these days, New York has more top-layer jazz musicians than any other city in the land. Well, class, you can stash away the notebooks now, and we'll listen to some music. Because here comes Professor Eddie Condon.
Thank you, Ben Robbins. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Every jazz band plays Jada from time to time. But if Billy Butterfield will step in here, he'll acquaint you with a new shot on this. Billy's going to play Jada. Take it, Dave. thank you kindly. Now we're going to hear from the virtuoso of the fire plug, meaning the baritone saxophone, Ernie Caceres. George is going to step in there where Sid Catlett has been. Dave Bone will remain at the piano and Jack Lesberg on the bass. They're going to accompany Ernie as he plays Limehouse Blues on the baritone saxophone. Take it, Dave. I thank you. We've set a new record for this series. We played 46 concerts, and we haven't played Bugle Call Rag once. Now, here's where we're going to change all of that. We've got a baseball pitcher here in the house. His name is Muggsy Spanier. Muggsy's going to give you a dash of this Bugle Call Rag, just as he recorded on his Nick's album series. Are you ready, Muggsy? Take it. Bill Dixon, clarinet solo. Joe's going to give you an idea about this clarinet just this very moment. It's going to be Peg O' My Heart. Max Kaminsky, do you want to give us a whirl now? What do you say? Ready? Fred Robbins,
Yes, sir?
have you got the numbers today?
I's here. I have a few final memos for the class. Just remember it was the Blue Network that brought you the first series of jazz concerts, American music in the Eddie Condon barefoot manner. So strike another medal for the Blue. And don't forget Monday, April 9th, Eddie and the Bandit Gang moves in on Hartford at the Bushnell Memorial Auditorium. Sunday, April 15th, Eddie brings Bobby Hackett and the gang to Symphony Hall up in Boston. And don't forget Friday evening, May the 4th, James P. Johnson, his symphonette and his chorus will be heard in Jimmy's first concert at Carnegie Hall. And then on May the 14th, and that's a Monday evening, we all go over to Mayor LaGuardia's New York City Center to see Eddie prove that New York City is where most of the best jazz musicians hang their hats today. Edward, leave us leap with Jumpin' at the New York City Center.
Well, we'll start off with Dave Bowman right now. Go ahead, Dave.
Eddie Condon's jazz concerts are announced by Fred Robbins and produced by Ernest Anderson. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 30th Jazz Concert.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. There isn't going to be much for me to say today. That Condon music is going to do all the talking. That song you just heard was Jack Palmer's American classic, I Found a New Baby. And that Carnegie Hall rhythm section consisted of George Wetling on the drum, Jack Lesberg on bass, and on the piano, one of the most individual of players, the Cafe Society's Cliff Jackson. And those Carnegie Hall horns were Ernie Caceres on the baritone saxophone, Pee Wee Russell on clarinet, and on trumpet, the man whose picture adorns the cover of the Carnegie Hall program this afternoon at 5:30, Max Kaminsky. Oh, yes, there was the trombonist, too. But the one man to tell you more about him is Mr. Eddie Condon.
Thank you, Fred Robbins. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I'd like to tell everybody about that trombonist. That guy's name is Jack Teagarden. Step in here, Jack, and say hello.
Hello, Eddie. Say, is your rent paid up at the Riverside Showers?
No, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, first time I ever heard this guy play was by long-distance telephone. It was a gang of years ago. Joe Sullivan, the late Frank Tashmarker, Gene Krupp, and myself were sitting in a New York hotel room. I think it was about the Riverside Towers that Jack mentioned a bit ago. Then the phone rang. They hadn't cut that off yet. It was a long-distance call from Pittsburgh, Detroit, or some such place. On the other end was Bud Freeman, Jimmy McFarland, who were out on the road with Ben Pollock's band. The reason for calling up was this prize package named Teagarden, and he played for us that day over the long-distance telephone. Once having heard him play, the answer was send him in. Jack, what have you got for us today?
Well, Eddie, you know my brother Charlie, don't you?
I know he's one of the best trumpet players I ever heard.
And do you know my little brother Cubby, the drummer?
I do indeed.
Well, Eddie, I've got a kid sister, and I'm pretty proud of her. She's here today, and I'm going to let you decide whether she can play the piano or not. Her name is Norma, and I want to have Norma play Joe Sullivan's Little Rock Getaway. Take it on.
Thank you, Norma. Jack, I see what you mean. When you come to that Carnegie Hall this afternoon to play that fracas of ours, be sure to bring Norma with you. If you heard the opening of that program today, ladies and gentlemen, you heard the trombone being played without a bell. Jack Teagarden is the only guy I know who can play half a trombone. Now, if you stick around, Jack is going to play the entire instrument. Norma's going to accompany him. The composition is U.B. Blake's Memories of You. Right next to the field day for the tea garden family. Jack, that mother of yours must be a marvelous teacher. My spies tell me she can really go on the piano herself. I guess we'll have to blame her for the biggest bundle of musical talent I ever saw in one family. Now, here's an old roommate of Jack's, back from the San Antone days. This fellow's name is Wingy Manone. Wingy's one of the real pioneers of 52nd Street. He started acting the way it does today. Wingy, accompanied by Jack, Pee Wee, and Ernie, are going to play The Sheik. Take two beats, Wingy. 1, 2. Now, Jack T. Guy is going to sing a song for us. Here's evidence that all good singers don't have to be educated in Milan. Jack Teagarden sings, "Baby, won't you please come home?"
Oh, baby, won't you please come home? 'cause you left me all alone. I have tried in vain, nevermore to call your name. Oh, when you left, you broke my heart. I pray no more we'll ever part. Every hour of the day, you can hear me sing. Baby, won't you please come home? Come on home. Baby, won't you please come home?
Robert Haggett has dropped in. Now, Fred Robbins is going to croon one for us. Fred, step in.
Okay, Mr. Condon. Well, our first memo for today is that next Saturday we'll be off the air to permit you to listen to a special war bond program. Don't forget to listen to it, and then break that piggy bank and go on out and buy an extra bond or two. The following Saturday, that's December 16th, we'll be back on the air at our new time, the same time we're on today, from 1 to 1:30 Eastern Wartime. Well, this afternoon at 5:30, there's going to be another Eddie Condon invasion of Carnegie Hall. This one features Jack and Norma Teagarden, Wingy Manone, Cozy Cole, Muggsy Spanier, Billy Butterfield, the Casaloma Kid, Bobby Hackett, Benny Morton, Ed Hall, Art Hodes, Bill Coleman, Lips Page, many, many others, the greatest jazz musicians of our time, playing a 2-hour recital. You bear me out on that, Mr. Condon?
Well, I think so, Fred. What's been going on here today is going to keep right on for 2 hours this afternoon at Carnegie, beginning at 5:30. Ladies and gentlemen, here's that supercharger we told you about, rather a supercharger. There's Jack Teagarden and Wingy Manone, both of them happy and the best of health. They're going to sing the blues.
Mr. Wingy, 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 where did you go last night?
I ain't gonna tell you, boy.
Mr. Wingy, 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 where did you go last night?
I ain't gonna commit myself.
When I saw you this morning, you had to look just right.
When I woke up this morning, found the blues wrapped around my room.
What did you do, Gabe?
When I woke up this bright morning, blues all around my room. I said, good morning, Mr. Blues. What you doing here so soon?
I started out to see old Eddie Condon, but I lost my way. Oh, I started out to see Condon, but I lost my way.
You mean Eddie Condon?
Oh, I thought for about an hour I was on the road for MCA. Yeah, traveled quite a bit.
Mr. T. Gordon's got the blues. He had 'em all day.
Always got 'em.
T. Gordon's got the blues. He had 'em all day.
Can't you help me out, Gabe?
Look like he's gonna pack his grip, make his Carnegie Hall get away.
Oh, born in Vernon, Texas, raised in Tennessee. Born in Texas, raised in Tennessee. And I ain't gonna let no one woman make a fool out of me.
I asked the ticket agent, what old train must I ride? I asked the ticket agent, what old train must I ride? Goodbye, Jack.
Yeah, take it away.
He said it made no difference, just so you satisfied.
Well, hot Mr. Wingy, 'cause you're playing in Carnegie Hall. Yes, hot Wingy, 'cause you're playing in Carnegie Hall. If you ain't in the groove, better get in the move, better not play it at all. But look at me, look at them.
Max Demansky.
That's Pee Wee Russell. Now we have Norma Teagarden at the piano. There's Bobby Hackett again. Here's a Teagarden on the trombone.
Eddie Condon's jazz concerts are produced by Ernest Anderson and announced by Fred Robbins. The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 16th Jazz Concert.
When Gilbert Seldes, a distinguished critic, you've read his articles in Esquire, heard that Eddie Condon's recitals were going to be broadcast coast to coast, here's what he said. Quote, "They say that Eddie Condon and his boy geniuses are going on the air. And if you ask him, he may tell you how and for whom and when. I'll only tell you why. This aggregation of talent has a special style and quality. That quality comes, in the first place, from Eddie himself. How he'll manage to walk around and make those comments on the air, I don't know. He'll drive a few radio engineers and directors crazy, but he'll put his music over. Of course, the sauntering and unrehearsed quality of the town hall concerts isn't their prime value. The music is the thing. And the Condon boys seem to hit on a mixture of elements that is just right. It highlights the remarkable specialists, but usually the ensembles are sustained and interesting. These people are co-workers, not collaborationists." End quote. Ladies and gentlemen, Gilbert Seldes was right. The wards at Bellevue are crowded with radio engineers and directors ever since Eddie started this series. Even our own Dick Charles has reserved a steam-heated straitjacket. And if you want to know exactly how that happened, you'll have to speak to Mr. Eddie Condon.
Thank you, Fred Rowland. Well, here we are again. Police are late as usual. That first number was called Walking the Dog, or Walking the Dog. All depends on the type of dog, I guess, how you pronounce that. The personnel, of course, is Gene Schrader from Nick's, Sid Weiss with Gene Krupa's band, about to join Benny Goodman. Ernie Caceres on the baritone, a radio man. Miff Mole as the boys downtown at Nick's. Bobby Hackett, who's with Joe Marcel at the Hickory House. Pee Wee Russell, still at Nick's. And there's another fella here. I'll have him come and say a word any minute now. Jonah Jones, come over here a second. Sorry, man. What you know, Eddie? I'm okay, Jonah. Sorry. Jonah, you're still with Calloway, or he with you?
Oh, no, man, I'm with him.
I thought you took turns.
No.
Well, look, you're going to do this anything but love thing?
Solid.
And that background's written by Bobby Hackett.
Yeah, that was a fine job, too.
All right, Jonah, want 2 beats on this thing, Jonah? Yeah. Last 8 bars, fellas. Ready? 1, 2.
I can't give you anything but love, baby. That's the only thing I've plenty of, baby. Dream a while, scheme a while, you're sure to find happiness, and I guess all those things you'll always find, but gee, I'd like to see you looking swell. Ooh, my little baby. Diamond bracelets, Woolworth doesn't sell. My little baby of mine. Till that lucky day, you know darn well. Oh, babes, I can't give you anything but love.
I thank you. And there's a fellow here I think also wants to thank you. Gene?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, boys and girls.
This is Gene Cooper, ladies and gentlemen. Ed Hall, with the clarinet over here, and Gene are going to start some excitement of some kind. Eventually, we'll evolve into the Sheik. By the way, Gene.
Yeah.
You think we have more people here than you have at the Capitol today? No. Okay. Look at Gene. They want to go over and tear those drums down a little bit.
Well, if I want to start it, I better get back.
You better get back there. You know the way back, don't you, Gene? Okay. Ed, you want Gene to start this for you?
Yeah.
All right, Ed, any time. Well, there's Ed Hall. Ed Hall is downtown at the Cafe Society. Is taking his band to the Uptown Cafe Society starting Monday night, Labor Day. There's no labor here. That was all fun. Miss Mole, looks like you're in line for this peg of my heart. Do you mind hearing that out there? Thank you. Gene Strader, you want to take 4 bars, please? that was Miff and Peg of My Heart. You'll hear that nightly down at Nick's. Maybe twice nightly. This next thing we got going here is Cliff Jackson. Who... Let's get it. Cliff Jackson is taking a trio down to the Downtown Cafe Society, September 12th. Between now and then, he'll probably play. There'll be some changes made. You want to fly into it, Cliff? Take it. I want to thank you for Cliff. In fact, I want to thank Cliff, too. This next deal here is Jada, which will be done by Bobby Hackett and his cohorts. Incidentally, next, a week from this coming Saturday, or rather 2 weeks from today, our time is being changed to 1:30 due to the fact that there's football games going on at 3:30. And the major purpose for changing the time is that Pee Wee is signed up with the New York Giants as fullback, and he's just got to be out on the field trying to find the ball. All right, here we go on Jada. 2 beats, ready? 1, 2.
now we have Fred Robbins.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, while Jack Bland runs next door to get Pee-wee out of the Sugar Bowl in time for the next and final number on today's program, let me tell you our plans for the fall semester. As Eddie told you, starting September 16th, and that's the Saturday after next, Eddie Condon's concerts will be heard over these same stations just 2 hours earlier than you've been hearing them. At 1:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime, Eddie's Mob will be on the air. And at 2, you'll hear the football game. You see, Eddie wouldn't give up listening to the football broadcasts this fall, so the Blue Network just had to move our program. So don't forget, Saturday after next, tune Eddie in just 2 hours earlier, and then listen to the Michigan and Oklahoma pre-flight. Well, I guess Jack tore Pee-wee away from that banana split, so you can tip it, Ed.
Oh, ready to go?
Ready to go.
1, 2.
Eddie Condon's jazz concerts are announced by Fred Robbins, directed by Jack Bland, produced by Ernie Anderson.
And Joe Grosso is on the drums, don't forget.
Attaboy, Ed.
The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 24th Jazz Concert. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, kids and hot fans all over America. And hello to you soldiers and sailors and merchant seamen all around the world listening to the shortwave broadcasts of this program. The music you just heard was an American classic known as Sweet Georgia Brown, and it was played in Carnegie Hall style by some of the greatest jazz musicians of our time. On the trumpet, Pied Piper Max Kaminsky of Dorchester, Massachusetts. At the concert grand, Jess Stacy of Greenbrier, Missouri. Our bassist is Sid Weiss of Schenectady, New York. On the drums is a fellow from Topeka, Kansas. His name is George Wetling. And from El Paso, Texas, that master of the baritone saxophone, Ernesto Caceres. And, of course, that Irish Indian from Okmulgee, Oklahoma, who gave up his fullback job with Duke today in order to be here this afternoon, clarinetist Pee Wee Russell. The trombonist is a fellow from Athens, Georgia. He's musician first class Lou McGarity of the United States Navy. Lou, who in civilian life was one of the stars of Benny Goodman's group, is stationed at the United States Naval Training School, Bronx, New York. And for his appearance here today, we're deeply indebted to that post and to its commanding officer, Captain William Amsden. Well, these fellows all seem to be from the USA, but I'm wondering about our Carnegie Hall conductor. If it isn't another hometown boy from Goodland, Indiana, Eddie Condon.
Thank you, Fred Robbins, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't taken the hobbles off of Pee Wee Russell for a long time. I can't think of a better time to do that than right now. The Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. has in its archives one of Pee Wee's records. They think that record represents our native music at its best. We're going to have Pee Wee do it for you right now, and the title is I Ain't Going to Give Nobody None of My Jelly Roll. 1, 2...
Here comes a wide-awake guy named Jess Stacy. This fellow's caused a lot of pleasant excitement at Carnegie Hall the other night. We're going to turn him loose this afternoon in fast wallers, keeping out of mischief now. George Welling and Sid Weiss will be in this with him. So, Jess, you go ahead and take it. Well, I guess you can see why Jess Stacy's going to be at Carnegie next Saturday at 5:30. Say, Joe Marcella's here. Joe's going to repeat one of those high spots of our last program at Carnegie. It's the Wolverine Blues. Take it, Joe.
Thank you, Joe Marcello. Joe tells me he's planning something special for that show over at 57th Street next Saturday. Now we're going to play George Gershwin's Wonderful. We hope to hear a good deal of Maxie Kaminsky's trumpet throughout this number. And Ernie Caceres is going to switch from the baritone to the clarinet. Are we ready, boys? 1, 2. Red McKenzie had a recording for Commodore the other day, and he turned in some unusually good sides. Here's one of them. Red is going to sing It's the Talk of the Town. The background on this will be by Mr. Dick Carey. 2 on it, boys. 1, 2.
I can't show my face. I can't go any place. People stop and stare. It's so hard to bear. Everybody knows you'd left me. It's the talk of the town. Every time we meet, my heart skips a beat. We don't stop to speak, though it's just a week. Everybody knows you left me. It's the talk of the town. We sent out invitations to friends and relations, announcing our wedding day. Friends and our relations, they gave congratulations, and how can you face them? And what can you say? Let's make up, sweetheart. We can't stay apart. And don't let foolish pride keep you from my side. How can love like ours be ended? It's the talk of the town. We sent out invitations to friends and relations, announcing our wedding day. Friends and our relations gave congratulations, and how can you face them? And what can you say? Let's make up, sweetheart. We can stay apart. And don't let foolish pride keep you from my side. How can love like ours be ended? It's the talk of the town.
Thank you. Now, here's a new find we have. We just rushed him over from the Met. He shovels coal over there. Fred Robbins, tell him about it.
Okay, Eddie. Here's a memorandum for the entire class. Eddie's next invasion of Carnegie Hall, we call it Sea Day around here, is next Saturday afternoon, November 4th at 5:30 p.m. 30 of the greatest jazz musicians of our time will participate. And I understand that Carnegie is already moving in sandbags and taping the windows. They tell me that Pee-wee got a bill for $8.13 after his last performance there, so we're not taking any chances. Next week, we'll be back on the air just 3 hours and a quarter earlier than today, so tune us in next Saturday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. Lee Wiley, who has laryngitis, will be back with us, without the laryngitis, we hope. And so will Jess, Maxie, Pee-wee, Ernie, Lou McGarity, Billy Butterfield, George Wetling, Gene Schrader, and all the boys. Okay, Eddie, you set? Eddie Condon's jazz concerts are produced by Ernest Anderson and announced by Fred Robbins.
This is the Blue Network.
The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 26th Jazz Concert.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, kids and hot fans all over America. Here's some of that Condon music again. That first selection, for example, was Irving Berlin's American classic Easter Parade. And reading from left to right, here's exactly who played it for you. The fellow who wins the musicians' poll every year as top man at the piano, Jess Stacy. The bassist that gets the nod from Virgil Thompson, Bob Casey of Cairo, Illinois. And the Babe Ruth of the baritone saxophone, Senor Ernesto Caceres. Direct from Carnegie Hall, our extra special percussionist, Mr. Joe Grasso. The Dorchester, Massachusetts boy, a little boy whose golden cornet is known all around the world, Maxie Kamensky. The fullback of the year from Okmulgee, Oklahoma, Pee Wee Russell. And there's a fellow here who just dropped in on his way to the Army Notre Dame game. A lucky stiff. Eddie Condon.
Fred, I'll see you at the 40-yard line.
I wish I'd be there.
Well, I'll say a few extra prayers for you with regards to what team you're in favor of. Ladies and gentlemen, last Saturday afternoon at 5:30, we played our second concert of the season at Carnegie Hall. One of the standout groups was a quartet. And for those of you who didn't hear them, here they are again. Ernie Caceres on clarinet, Jess Stacy, Bob Casey, and Joe Grasso. The song is Sherry. Are you ready to take it, Ernie? Take it, Jess. Here's a selection we'd like to dedicate to pianist Joe Sullivan out in Hollywood. Max Kaminsky and the orchestra are going to play Someday, Sweetheart. Take it, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a new tenor vocalist that's been creating quite a stir around town. We've got him here for you today. Fred Robbins.
Thanks, Edward. Did you say tenor? Here's a memorandum for the entire class. Eddie Condon will conduct his third jazz concert of the season at Carnegie Hall Saturday afternoon, December 2nd at 5:30. And as usual, 30 of the greatest names in hot music will be programmed. Today's program has been abbreviated somewhat in order to give you a complete coverage of the Army Notre Dame game, which follows at once after this program over most of these stations. Next week's concert will consist of a half-hour show featuring George Wetling, Jess Stacy, Ernie Caceres, Pee Wee Russell, Miff Mole, Muggsy Spanier, Edmund Hall, Bob Casey, and songs by Lee Wiley and Red McKenzie. And here's Mr. Condon directing a little impromptu ensemble for you.
Stacy's going to start this. Are you ready, Jess? Go ahead.
Eddie Condon's jazz concerts are produced by Ernest Anderson and announced by Fred Robbins.
This program was heard in Canada through facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Blue Network.
The Blue Network presents Eddie Condon's 27th Jazz Concert.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, kids and hot fans all over America. Here's some more of that Condon music. That first one was one of those good old ones called Way Down Yonder in New Orleans. And the culprits who perpetrated it were the man who knows exactly what to do with a Steinway, Mr. Jess Stacy. On the bassy, right beside him, Bob Casey. The rodeo must be in town because at the drums is Texas George Wetling. That trumpet player couldn't possibly be anybody but Billy Butterfield. On clarinet, the scourge of Okmulgee, Oklahoma, Pee Wee Russell. And on baritone, fresh from new triumphs at Carnegie Hall, Senor Ernesto Caceres. The man on the podium, of course, is the blues' own V3, Mr. Eddie Condon.
Well, Fred, I want to thank you for that. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Fred, I told you that Jess Stacy's on the premises. Now, you're going to find out for certain. Jess is going to play a solo, and the title is Three Little Words. Go ahead, Jess. Wherever our mob appears, whether it's Carnegie Hall or the local ballpark, we're getting used to having Billy Butterfield stop the show. Well, Billy's here again, and he's going to play a little thing called The Song of the Wanderer. You got it, boys? to applaud myself. Our next soloist, who is here today, through the courtesy of the Metropolitan Opera.
Fred Robbins. Well, Edward, we have a dispatch here from the Capitol Theater over on Broadway, and the information is that Jimmy Dorsey and his clarinet are going to be right here with us next Saturday. We haven't heard from Jimmy's great jazz band clarinet since it used to sparkle the Scranton Sirens in some of those 5 pennies combinations. Next week, too, Senor Ernie Caceres plays a new solo by the eminent musicologist John Halpern. And here's another memorandum. Bobby Hackett's going to be back in town. Yes, sir. Bobby, who's been touring with Glenn Gray's Casa Loma Band, will be back with us for a few weeks starting next Saturday. And incidentally, Bobby will be one of the 30 great hot instrumentalists that Eddie will present at Carnegie Hall Saturday afternoon, December 2nd at 5:30. Today's program is an abbreviated edition in order to permit you to hear that extra special blue coverage of the Navy-Purdue game, which follows immediately over most of these stations. Now here's Eddie Condon again directing his newest composition, Carnegie Leap.
Well, thank you, Fred. Jeff, you want to take this thing away? You got it.
By Ernest Anderson and announced by Fred Robbins.
The program is heard in Canada through facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Blue Network.